Please take your seats. I see the NSCDC wives looking very beautiful. Thank you for keeping the home front together. It is because you are that they can discharge their duties effectively and efficiently. Thank you very much. Media, please position your microphones as you would want to position it. Thank you very much. I hope we have all the microphones we need here, because once we start, we are going full blast. Officer Babawale,
yeah, the mic is working and functioning well. Thank you very much.
To work with you today.
Same here.
Thank you for understanding the gender policy needs the voice of a woman.
It's been a great pleasure.
Thank you so very much. Officers of the NSCDC, all of you are looking so resplendent in your ceremonial attire. The white is very white and the blue is very blue. Welcoming the Mandate Secretary herself for Women Affairs of the FCT, Dr. Dayo Benjamin Slani. You're welcome, ma'am. You're welcome. Thank you very much. I see the consultant, Dr. Ellen Awadinobi. I see you very much. I see the team lead of Tetrotech Spring in Nigeria, Dr. Okiwo, a very humble man. If he had his way, I shouldn't mention his name at all. He'll just want to peacefully step in here and then step out. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for all you do to ensure that peace is restored through non-kinetic measures in Nigeria. Thank you for your support. Thank you, everyone. If we take our seats and then we have an order, I know the CG is somewhere around here. He won't make his entrance, and then we kickstart this event as we should. Good morning to you, pretty officer. How are you? Welcome. Students of Mercy Model, can you make some noise? Mercy Model Kuje. Thank you so much. I see the future seated in the room, and I know that some of you will become NSCDC officers. But above all of you will ensure that wherever you are, gender inclusion is paramount in whatever you do. Please clap for yourselves. Mercy Model, that clap did not sound as if you clapped for yourselves. Could you stand up and clap for yourselves? Say to yourself, I am the future. Nigeria is better because I am in it. I will do better and I will make Nigeria better. So help me God. Please clap for yourselves and take your seats. Officer Babawale.
Thank you very much, Gloria. Well, the mood is right and everything is intact. Yeah, and very, very soon we are going to kick off the program. The moment the Commandant General stepped in, we are going to start with the national anthem. And I can see all the DCGs, they're already here, but they just have to move out to receive the Commandant General. I also welcome all the Assistant Commandant Generals in the House. Thanks so much for being part of this great occasion. And I'm happy and delighted to let the House know that we are having all the commandants in all the 30 states of the Federation. So all the commandants, please, a big round of applause for them, please. From the 37 states, they are here this morning. So very, very soon. And also, once again, I have to thank all our distinguished invited guests. All the gentlemen of the press here, thanks so much for covering every of our events. We really appreciate you. Very, very soon we'll kickstart. As I hand over to my tag team sister, Gloria. Yeah.
NSCDC band, you know how we do it. You are so melodious. Your sounds and your rhythms are the adrenaline for every event where you are. I thank you so much for your service to the nation. I know some people will ask, not the only music that they do, they don't understand what goes in. But I know what goes in. I celebrate you, I honor you, and I know that today we're going to have a very, very splendid event because you're here. Please, could we clap for the band? Before we kickstart, I'm sure the security manager here, Mr. Saleh Mohammed, the safety manager, will come in to give us a rundown of the safety tips while we are here. I hope Mr. Saleh Mohammed is somewhere close by, okay, so that we can kickstart. Mr. Saleh Mohammed, the safety manager of Abuja Continental, Mr. Saleh Mohammed, please step in and bring us up to speed on the safety measures we need to take while we are here. Band, please, could you play something very soft, very soft? Thank you, Ben. Please join me welcome Mr. Saleh Mohammed, Safety Manager, Abuja Continental, for the safety drill before we kickstart this event. You're welcome, sir. Please, could we have order and decorum, please? Officers and men of the NSCDC, thank you very much for obliging us your attention for the next 3 minutes.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to Abuja Continental Hotel. My name is Saleh Mohammed. I'm the hotel safety manager. It is our protocol here to tell participants of all events the safety and security protocols as regards the use of our hall, so that from beginning till the end of the program, we will not record any incident. However, before I go further, if there's a need for you to use the convenience, it is very easy to locate. If you just go out through this main entrance door, turn to the right, you see a scanning machine. Behind the scanning machine are the convenience. The one to the left-hand side there is for the female, while the one to the right-hand side is for the male. Aside that, today is not scheduled for a fire drill. Therefore, should there be a steady ringing of fire alarm bell for 5 to 10 seconds or beyond that, that suggests that something might have gone wrong somewhere or is a false alarm. However, whatever the reason may be, please do not panic. Be calm, because we have internal emergency response procedure so that things will not go out of hand. And if evacuation becomes necessary, we have 2 assembly points. One, you can still go out through this main entrance door. Just continue straight down there. It will take you to emergency exit doors. We have 4 of them. You can just gently go out through any of the 4. And as soon as you go out, turn to the left, you see the muster point where you are expected to assemble based on your group. If assembly will not be possible there for whatsoever reason, we have alternative assembly point. And you can get there by passing through any of these 2 exit doors to my right-hand side. As soon as you pass through, turn to the left, you see the directional signages that will take you to the alternative assembly point. Then on the security aspect, I know most of you are security personnel, but it should not be a reason for you to leave your item unattended. So it is important that your personal valuable belongings More especially, a mobile phone should not be left unattended. For instance, if you are going to the convenience, tea break, or lunch, so that you don't have a cause to complain of either loss, damage, or misplacement of any item. Just like other organizations, Abuja Continental Hotel will not be liable for that, so please be guided. Then, we pray that there will be no medical emergency, but should there be any concern, we have certified first aiders all over within the Ladikwali Hall, and anything beyond first aid, we have a hospital just a 5 minutes drive away from the hotel. You'll be referred to for proper medical examination. Then, any other emergency that's not medically related, we have relevant government agencies both within and around the hotel that will do the needful. So without wasting your time, on behalf of the management, I wish you a successful program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Salim Mohammed for giving us the safety brief. A big round of applause for him, please. So band, you can give us soft music, please. Thank you very much, NSCDC band. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, very, very soon we are going to start immediately. The Commandant General stepped in. Let me quickly introduce some of our guests here in the house this morning. Let me first start by introducing the two IC to the Commandant General, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. And at the same time, he happened to be the DCG, that is the Deputy Commandant General in charge of intelligence and investigation. DCG Nnamdi, we recognize your presence, sir. Please, you can give them a round of applause. Also in our midst this morning is the DCG in charge of technical services, DCG Zakari Ibrahim Ningi, FDC. We recognize your presence, sir. We also recognize the presence of the DCG in charge of administration, DCG Adeyinka Fasiu Ayinla. You're welcome, sir. And also with us this morning is the DCG in charge of crisis management, DCG Pedro Awili Ideba. You're welcome, sir. Also in our midst this morning is the DCG in charge of domestic security services, DCG Bridget Taylor. Recognize your presence, sir. And also in our midst this morning we have the acting DCG in charge of training and manpower, acting DCG Mukhtar Lawal, MNI. We also have in our midst this morning the acting DCG in charge of critical national assets and infrastructure, Dr. Benito AZ, MNI. A big round of applause for him, please. Also in our midst this morning we have His Royal Highness Hawa Ibrahim Adamu, wife of Honor of Abaji, the president of Wives of FCT Traditional Rulers, represented by Dr. Patricia Joseph Narai, wife of Zakarui of Kani Amag. Please, a big round of applause for her, please. I also recognize the presence of Brigadier General M.S. Adamu, the Commander, Nigeria Army Women Command, representing Chief of Army Staff, Giri. A big round of applause for him, please. And also recognize the presence of Corps Commander Chinyere Nwagboso, Federal Road Safety Corps, Gender Officer. We recognize your presence, ma. And in our midst this morning, representing General Buba Marwa, we have the DCGN NDLEA, Ahmed Sule Ningi. We recognize your presence, sir. So as our dignitaries begin to come in, we will continue to do the introduction. Let me hand over to my co-presenter, Gloria.
Thank you very much. Permit me at this point in time to recognize here in our midst, Miss Abigail Wood, Head of Women, Peace and Security from the British High Commission. Abigail, you're welcome. Permit me to recognize here in our midst the team lead of Spring, Professor Ukoha Okiwo, who is very peaceful in everything. He's a man of peace. Please, a round of applause for him. Permit me to recognize the presence of the Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Haja Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, here represented by her SA, Mrs. Eri Olaf. Mrs. Eri Olaf. Please, a round of applause for her. But please just turn to your neighbor and say you are at the right place. And just in case your neighbor didn't talk to you, change neighborhood. It's not a good neighborhood to be. It's secure, but it's not good. Tell your neighbor you are at the right place. And just in case you're just meeting them for the year, say Happy New Year. Say January is over. It didn't last 72 days. You're surprised, huh? Me too, I'm surprised. They said January will run till January 72nd. I said, who changed the Gregorian calendar?
So have we awaited the Commandant General?
And very soon you're going to be a commandant one day.
Amen.
A future commandant.
Definitely.
I'm honored to know you now that you're not a commandant, so that when you become a commandant, you know what that means.
Thanks so much, Gloria.
Yeah.
So I think we should hand over to the band right now.
Ma'am Taylor, you know what I'm talking about, eh? You understand? So the band, please make it very soft. Mercy Model School, Kuje, you send someone to me and I send the person back to you. I'm still waiting for who you're sending to me. because you can't send an intermediary. I need to know that I am building future NSCDC officers. So send your representative to me. Thank you. Very soft. Very soft. Don't worry, we just start the music. Please smile. The year just started. Valentine is few days away. I'll send you flowers on Valentine's Day, okay? I was here. Permit me still a moment to recognize the man I call Peter the Gender Rock, representing the UN Women Rep to Nigeria and ECOWAS. Ms. Beatrice Eyong is the lead for Women, Peace and Security. Peter the Rock, Peter Mancha. Peter, Happy New Year and welcome.
Thank you very much, NSCDC band. We are going to start from where you stop. Don't worry. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, don't you ever worry. Very, very soon we are going to kick off the program. CG will very soon step in here. Let me quickly recognize the presence of the CG, Federal Fire Service, ably represented by Chief Superintendent of Fire, Lillian Onubi. We recognize your presence. And also in our midst this morning, we're having Dr. Kelechi Akubeze, representing the Executive Secretary, National Human Rights Commission. And also in our midst this morning, we're having Mr. Dakwa Mo, Assistant Director General, Security Enforcement, DSS, representing the DGSS. We recognize your presence. So for the very first time, I'll be introducing our new DLS at the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. I'm talking about Barrister Usman Abubakar Sadiq. We recognize your presence. You're welcome. I'm very sure this is one of the first functions you'll be attending. We recognize your presence. So NSCDC band, you can take it up from there. Thank you very much. Sorry. We also have another dignitary in the house representing the Chief of the Air Staff, Air Commodore Iho Okwasa. We have Director of Human Rights and Gender Affairs, Headquarters Nigerian Air Force. We're glad to have you here. Air Commodore Iho Okwasa, thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of the Commandant General of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, he for she, Professor of Gender and Security Studies, Professor Ahmed Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR. You're welcome, sir.
And also the British Deputy High Commissioner. Also permit me most respectfully welcome the British Deputy High Commissioner to Nigeria, a woman who ensures that women in Nigeria have a sense of global feel. Jen Lever, OBE, you're welcome, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, these are will be starting the program. Please may we all rise up for the national anthem.
Women's anthem. All across the nation, all along the world, women are longing to be free. No longer in the let's sing the song. Sing the song.
Wow, that's really great. We may be seated. We will sing that song everywhere because we know the great role women are playing in our society. Thank you very much.
The Commandant General has never heard that rendition of that anthem. He was amazed. He thought he had a classical rendition. That is what we do for a man who has ensured that gender policy has an upgrade in the software of implementation.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? I know if I may ask the most dangerous insect, or should I say the most dangerous animal on earth, some people out there will tell me lion, hyena, crocodile, and so many other wild animals. But science has given us a different story. Scientifically, it has been proven that the most dangerous animal on earth is a mosquito. As tiny as the insect is, the research shows us that mosquitoes have killed over 1 million people on earth yearly. And the second one up is so sudden. That is, we human beings, research has shown that over 450 people died by killing one another through violence. And the most silent of all, I call it silent and killer, specialized killer. That is gender-based violence. According to the World Health Organization, it has been proven that over 83,000 people died of gender-based violence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that's the reason why we're here. Imagine a society where there is no guard of law, or a nation where there is no security agencies. What would have happened? That's the reason why we are here in this main auditorium. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, we believe so much that despite the fact that we're projecting our nation, we must protect our dignity and also every gender. It is on this note I welcome distinguished ladies and gentlemen to this epoch-making event as we'll be launching the gender policy too. I'm not here alone. I'm Babawale Afolabi, the national PRO. I have a tag team sister. You can see she's pretty, and she knows what she knows. She knows how to do best. Yes, I'm talking about Gloria. Nice having you around.
Thank you very much.
And nice sharing the stage with you.
I have said that when they thought about gender inclusion and a gender policy upgrade, they knew, just like in the world, men cannot live alone. Men need women, women need men. And I'm the female voice supporting the storytelling for today. My name is Glory Ohagu. I talk for Voice of Nigeria. I'm a Nigerian woman.
A round of applause for her.
The Commandant, our host, the Commandant General of the NSCDC, our Deputy High Commissioner and supporter, the lead of Spring, the Minister of Women Affairs here represented, the Mandate Secretary for Women of the FCT, members of different arms of security here represented, the future of Nigeria here represented by the students, members of civil society organizations, members of traditional institutions, members who know that they are an integral part of ensuring that humanity, I didn't say humanity, humanity has a better deal in this nation. Members of the fourth estate of the realm to whom I belong, friends, supporters, family members, good morning this afternoon and welcome. It's exactly midday. Yes, you looked at your time. It's exactly midday. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome us to a historic event that marks a significant institutional moment for the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps NSCDC. One that speaks to the amazing leadership of the CG, Audi, a man who is committed to gender inclusion, who is committed to reforms, and who is committed to security delivery in Nigeria. The launch of the NSCDC Gender Policy 2, 2026 to 2030, signals a clear and deliberate commitment to embed gender equality, inclusion, and safeguarding at the core of how you govern the NSCDC, how the Corps operates and serves communities across Nigeria. Gender Policy 2 is not aspirational. It is practical. It is implementable. It is costed. And it is designed to ensure that across commands, across ranks, across files, and across partnerships, we have gender inclusion and equity. So today, it's more than a policy launch. It is a reaffirmation of leadership, a strengthening of partnership between Spring and NSCDC, and a call to collective action to deliver security that is responsive, inclusive, and worthy of public trust. Please, could you turn to your neighbor and say you are part of history? So I saw you touch both neighbors. Look at one so that your neighbor can look at you. Say welcome to the making of history. Thank you so very much. Baba Wale, back to you.
Thank you very much, Gloria. To welcome everybody here, I would like to call on the number one person talking about NSCDC all over the Federation. He is our father, her mentor, her role model, someone that is success personified, someone that knows what ought to be done, when it ought to be done, and how it ought to be done. I call him a catalyst of positive change and pillar of strength to the national security. He happened to be one of the Nigeria's finest security experts, and his role in the security architecture of this country is already public knowledge. When he came on board, he came with 4 R's, that is to rejig, to reform, to reposition, and to restructure NSCDC. I call him a catalyst of positive change and pillar of strength to the national security. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause as I make welcome the third substantive Commandant General, Professor of Gender and Security Studies, CG Ahmed Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR.
A professor of systems and processes, and I'm sure he has just crossed another T and dotted an important I. So while that is happening, permit me recognize the representative of the chairperson, FCT Traditional Rulers' Wives, Dr. Patricia Joseph Narai. My professor, sir, I know you are a very detailed man, but please let all the sins committed today end here. There shall be no punishments. It's very important. We forgive us our trespasses as you constantly forgive those who trespass against you. But also, lead us not into temptation so that we can survive today. Permit me to most especially recognize a man of peace. He will kill me with his eyes today, but his eyes are very peaceful. A man whom the Minister of Women Affairs says stands out in partnership to delivering better life for Nigerian women. The team lead of Spring Tetotech, the man, Dr. Ukoha Okiwo. Please, sir, could you stand up and wave so that they know you're here? Just stand up and wave. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gloria. Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a little bit changes here. Since we expect the Minister of Interior supposed to be on ground, but since he's not on ground, definitely the Commandant General will take charge to represent the Minister of Interior. So to do the welcome address, I will have to call on another person. In our midst, we have the ACG in charge of CBRNE. I'm talking about ACG Ahmed Abodori. He is a PhD, FDC. A big round of applause for him, please.
The Commandant General, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my job here this morning is simple. I'm going to draw inspiration from my Commandant General, who we should also welcome to this place as the chief host, and welcoming people to this gender program by a man is also an indication that civil defense, men love women. As also say that I'm also going to draw another inspiration from my colleague and classmate here, General Adamu, who actually is the commander, Nigeria Army Command. I've been asking him how. I hope the CG will also created such command. I want to be the head. I want to welcome you on behalf of the Commandant General and the sponsors of this program, the Spring, to this epoch-making event. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, like the Commandant General will always tell us, is an elite corps that should recognize all segments of the society and that will realize the importance of women in our society. I'm sure, as we are all sitting down here, all of us, our mothers are women. I don't know if anybody has an objection to that. And that is why we have to respect our mothers, our women. And the Commandant General has not made any mistake in ensuring that women play their important role in the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. It is during his tenure that he has established a special unit that we call Female Special Force. In that command, all operatives there, they are all women. I think the CG deserves an applause for that. So this was an indication that in civil defense, we really want women to be part and parcel of our development. And for the first time in the history of this corps, we had, as at October last year, we now have 2 female deputy commandant general. It has never happened like that before. More are still coming. So it is on this note that I want to welcome you all and wish us a very successful program. Thank you.
I think he deserves a better round of applause. So thank you very much for giving us 2 female DCGs. I'm sure before you leave, it will get to 6. We leave 1 for another day of... Women, can we clap for this CG? Women in uniform, why are you not clapping? Are you afraid? So why do I know it is a possibility? If it doesn't get to 6, we can have a balance. It's because you understand the importance of aligning to the National Action Plan on Peace 3, which is currently running. So thank you, Prof. I know you can make it happen. Now, the next voice that is going to be heard is the global voice of peace. He's been a consultant, he's been a technical lead, he's been a conflict analyst. He is a man whose entire essence is blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall see God. But this one is blessed is Dr. Okiwo, the peacemaker, for he shall see Nigeria better. Please a round of applause as I welcome the team lead of Spring, Dr. Okoha Okiwo, for his opening remarks.
Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Your Excellency Deputy High Commissioner to Nigeria and COAS, representatives of service chiefs here present, representatives of ministries and MDAs here present, development partners, CSOs, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the Strengthen Peace and Resilience in Nigeria program, the Spring program, we want to express our profound appreciation for this opportunity to partner with the civil defense to work on their second gender policy, which will run from 2026 to 2030. We want to congratulate the Corps for these great achievements under the leadership of the Commandant General, whom, as we heard, is a professor of gender studies. So it's not surprising that he has seen this as a priority for his administration. We also extend our appreciation to the Ministry of Interior for the protection and support for this work. Spring is an initiative of the UK government in partnership with Nigerians to support efforts at addressing the issues of violent conflict and the challenges that we face increasingly as a result of the pressures of climate change. As a program, we prioritize our work with government institutions, security agencies, and community actors who have clear mandates in peace building, in security, and in promoting resilience and adaptation to the changes that are occurring within the climate sphere. It is against this background that we are happy to work with NSCDC on this particular initiative. As a program, what Spring seeks to achieve in partnership with government institutions is to enhance capacity of institutions to deliver their services in more inclusive, participatory, transparent, accountable, and effective ways. We believe that if this is done, that members of the public will have enhanced confidence in what they do and partner with them to deliver on their mandates. And through this, individuals and actors will have lesser disposition to resorting to self-help, which, as we know, results in violence. One key area of our work is in promoting the participation of women, of young persons, of persons with disability, as well as minorities in all spheres of life, in peace building and in governance. We are also keen to work with security services to ensure that in the delivery of their mandate, civilian protection is recognized, human rights is protected, and there is cordial relationship with communities and members of the public. We see, therefore, this initiative of the gender policy as driving that agenda and aligning with the objectives of the program. We are happy to note that the adoption of this gender policy coincides with the adoption of Nigeria's third National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, as well as plans also to adopt a National Action Plan on Youth, Peace and Security. We hope that through this policy, the NSCDC would ensure that the objectives of these key national commitments would be achieved in its efforts. Let me end by emphasizing the importance of gender responsiveness to matters for security. As we know, Nigeria is a very, very diverse country. Our population suggests that more or less men and women are equal in terms of the population. Our also population suggests that Nigeria is a young country because young people constitute a great proportion of the Nigerian population. It is therefore important that every policy and every practice recognizes their concerns, recognizes the specific challenges they face, and adapts to ensuring that their concerns are taken into consideration, including the concerns of persons with disability. So we hope that this policy would help the NSCDC in playing a key role in prevention, in reporting, in protection, as well as in prosecution of those who undermine rights, who violate the rights of women, and who engage in sexual and gender-based violence. As a program, we remain committed to working with NSCDC, implement key aspects of this policy in the area of capacity building and in the area of awareness raising. Let me end by appreciating the UK government, the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office for the continued support to Nigeria through Spring, and congratulate the Commandant General and your officers for this great achievement. Thank you and God bless.
Thanks so much, Dr. Yuhua, the leader of Spring, and we really appreciate you for supporting the NSCDC. So right about now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, an event like this is built on a foundation of community and shared support. To add to the beauty of this occasion, we have invited some selected few people to share their thoughts. That is, we are going to start by giving their goodwill messages. And first, I would like to call on Dr. Eleanor Nwadinobi, Women, Peace and Security Expert. Please, just for 2 minutes. And the moment you see that your mic is off, so sorry, which means your 2 minutes is over. Please, a big round of applause for her as she steps on stage.
And I'm sure she understands when we say 2 minutes. And please, when you find your microphone has gone off, just know your 2 minutes is over. Thank you.
Greetings. The Commandant General, Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi MNI, OFR, Your Excellency, Deputy High Commissioner, Team Lead for Spring, permit me to stand on the already established protocols for this convening. Today marks a new dawn for NSCDC. The gender policy before us is not an ordinary document to collect dust or for wrapping peanuts. It's a living and breathing text of the NSCDC's institutional culture to be practiced by every officer. Its success depends on ownership. Taking ownership means recognizing that fairness and inclusion of men and women strengthen operational effectiveness, and that when all members of the NSCDC workforce have equal opportunity to contribute and advance, morale improves, trust deepens, public confidence increases, and performance rises. Examples abound of of women in the security sector. 16th century, Queen Amina of Zaria. Efusheto Aniwura, 19th century, Iyalode of Ibadan. We have the Aba women's protest under British colonial rule against draconian taxation in 1929. Major General Aderonke Kale, first female Major General in the Nigerian Army. In the Navy, two-star Rear Admiral Itunu, retired, Itunu Hotonu, and late Flying Officer Tolulope Arotile, first female combat helicopter pilot. NSCDC female officers in high-ranking positions include DCG Abiakam and Bello. And religion is no excuse. Pakistan and Islamic State has women in high-ranking general officer positions and combat roles, including fighter pilots. The policy shows clear alignment with gender policy and NAP-WPS. Ownership requires a clear stance against violence. Violence in our communities that are served erodes legitimacy, undermines our mission. Each of you sets the tone through your decisions, discipline, and willingness to act. Ownership means you must be able to be at the fore of the civil defense for people who are vulnerable, all vulnerabilities. Collaboration allows us to respond faster with other agencies, with civil society. Finally, ownership means accountability. Measure what you implement. Track progress, enforce standards, reward leadership that models these values, and correct behavior that falls short. Lastly, if you lead this policy with conviction, it will shape a safer NSCDC and a safer society. The responsibility is collectively ours. For NSCDC, take this policy, own it, lead it, share it, and make it real. Thank you very much.
That was 4 minutes, ma'am. Thank you. My CG, please look at me just a little. Please grant me the permission to have the people cut the sound. That's the way we'll have the speed. Please help me to help the NSCDC. Timeliness is very important. Permit me recognize the presence of Gimbia Bill. Yes, the one who has shown the police force what inclusion means when it is done right. The gender advisor to the IGP, AIG I-CISHD Baju. You're welcome, ma'am. Up next is a lecturer who understands that time management is very important. Please join me welcome Professor Hawau Evelyn Yusuf, Administrator, Kaduna State University, Kafanchan Campus. Could we clap till she gets here? I am so sure I won't need to cut her sound.
Thanks, Glo. Good morning, everyone. And so I don't waste my 2 minutes, I beg to leverage on existing protocol. For me, today is a day of pride because in the history of Nigerian Society for Criminology and Security Studies, I have found my partner, because in the whole of the Nigerian Criminology Society, I have always been the only professor of criminology and gender studies. The journey to implementation of not just inclusion, but institutionalization of a process. It is time to walk the talk. Please don't keep this policy to dust. With your integrity, sir, I am sure that this will be useful to Nigerian society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof, for managing our time for us. Before I go straight to the next services, CIS Obi Evison, Controller at Immigration, Welfare and Gender Unit. We recognize your presence, ma'am. The next person to take the goodwill message, I'll be calling on Barrister Kemi Okenyodo, Executive Director, Juan. A big round of applause for her as she steps on the podium. Where is she?
Thank you. At this point in time, the man I call Peter the Gender Rock, Peter Mancha, representing the leader of the UN Women to Nigeria and ECOWAS, would step in for the next 2 minutes for a goodwill message. Please, a round of applause for him. When you grow up in Jos, speed is your friend.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gloria. The Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, our very dear he for she prof, kindly permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I bring warm greetings from the UN Women Country Representative to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Ms. Beatrice Eyong, who is unavoidably absent. She's currently in Lagos. In fact, she planned to be in this event, but something came up. But she delegated me to represent her. First, to congratulate the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps for being among the very few security institutions in Nigeria that is adopting the second gender policy. Please, a round of applause for them. As earlier mentioned, the gender policy provides a framework to ensure that gender is mainstream. And we all know that the security in Nigeria serve a population that is made up of almost 50% male and 50% female. And therefore, it makes logical sense to actually have a fair representation of women who are addressing security challenges in Nigeria. And the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 provides a comprehensive framework. And one of the provisions is that security institutions must, it's not a request, it must adapt to that. And in line with Nigeria's third National Action Plan, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps is adhering to that call. The policy is not just addressing GBV. GBV is one aspect of gender, but it's also looking at one critical aspect, inclusion. How do we have meaningful representation of women in the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps? We have very few representation in the police, in the armed forces, among others. Most times it's less than 10%. And the question goes to all of us is how do we encourage the population, not just the security institution, to begin to encourage women to take positions in security institutions, because statistics shows that where women are involved in security, you are likely to have sustainable security and peace, because women are identified as the best monitors when it comes to conflict issues. And therefore, we cannot but encourage them. And I know in the Nigerian security institution, the civil defense is actually leading when it comes to women in management and decision making. And we need to encourage you to do more. There is a law, a bill that is actually has passed through the first and second reading in the National Assembly to amend the Security Act, the Nigerian Police Force Act, and the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps Act to be more gender responsive. I want to use this platform to encourage stakeholders here to push and support that this amendment should scale through so that it will complement the implementation of the gender policy. On a final note, because of time, having a gender policy is a means to an end. The end we want to see is the full implementation of this policy. We expect to see the implementation of this policy. UN Women supported this civil defense to adopt the first gender policy in 2021. And I'm happy to say we have recorded significant milestones. I believe the second gender policy will achieve even much better. Congratulations and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much, Mr. Peter Machan of UN Women. And the next person to call for the goodwill message, I'll be calling on AIG Aishatu Baju, Gender Advisor to the Inspector General of Police. Thank you very much.
The Commandant General of the NSCDC, my big brother, and a distinguished member of the National Institute, the Deputy High Commissioner, British High Commission, my very good friend Jill Lever, and all the distinguished people here this morning. I want to most respectfully stand on the already established protocol before I came in, because I was held up in another program at the Office of the National Security Advisor, but I had to rush here because the NSCDC have been working very closely with the Nigerian Police Force, especially in areas of gender. AGIT has always been there for us, so I just have to be here. I bring you very warm message from the Inspector General of Police, and also to congratulate my big brother for this very laudable initiative, for reviewing the first gender policy of the NSCDC, implementing the first one. I know that he has been working, he has been a he for she Commandant General, ensuring that the NSCDC is an equal opportunity institution. On behalf of the Inspector General of Police and all the officers, men and women of the police, I congratulate you, sir, on this very giant step, and for your commitment towards ensuring that the NSCDC is always there for their women and men also, because gender is about both men and women, and for reviewing this policy. We congratulate you. Ajit, congratulations for being very, very committed. I know how committed you are when it comes to issues of gender. The only things I'm still saying, when I went to your office, everybody was saying good morning, sir, to me. I still say that it is ma, because we want to be recognized really that women are contributing. I remembered I mentioned it. Thank you very much. Congratulations, NSCDC, for this giant step.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you. Up next. Thank you, Ben. Thank you. Thank you. Up next is a woman who's mentored me in the talk trade and who has shown me that you can talk and make impact. Please join me welcome the Mandate Secretary for Women Affairs of the FCT, Dr. Dayo Benjamin Slani. We call her Lady D, DBL.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Today marks truly the beginning of a force of change and collateral call to action. To our 001, yes, CGLD, sir, we celebrate you as Nigeria's first man of the force to be celebrated as the he or she champion. And doing that from the FCT, today we are 50 years old, happy. We're celebrating, the 50th anniversary for the FCT and all other states, but for us as the FCT territory, what we represent is truly Jubilee. Jubilee because our call to action from the place of the pioneer representation of women in the FCT has given us 2 years and 3 months and a few days of pioneering with the civil defense, our very first human and gender security conference, which covered the entirety of our 6 area councils, 62 wards, 17 tribal chiefdoms, and 884 communities counting. We were able, through this action, to set up an integrated collaborative intervention to community level at grassroots with the wives of traditional rulers. Today, I'd like to very properly appreciate Her Royal Highness, our mother, Narai, who is here today. And for community engagement, we're also able to work with the FCT command to have our very first intersection when it came to the orange impact of boys and girls, adolescents, being retrained and rescaled in not just fighting GBV, but becoming champions of delivering that change when it comes to resisting gender-based violence. Catching them young means making them strong for leadership and driving change tomorrow. Our memorandum and agreement with the FCT command came on September the 4th, a Monday in 2024. It was scaled in 2025 and in 2026. What we intend to do is working on this national action plan for women, youth, and security, inclusive with those with disability, translates your message and makes us your messengers. From the Women Affairs Secretariat, we are ready. And here with my community director, Dr. Asmao, we are here to say we're not just ready, we are raring to go. So whether it's with the civil defense or with Spring, or of course with our international collaborations, we are committed to deliver the call to action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can somebody say, we are ready? I'm not hearing you. We are ready. You know, it takes two to do this great job. And right about now, I'll be calling another special person. He happened to be a friend of the call, a pragmatic leader, and at the same time, an erudite scholar, a friend to the Commandant General and a friend to the call. I'm talking about Professor Theo Frederick M. Temba, technical advisor to the Commandant General, NSCDC. Please, a big round of applause for him as he steps.
Thank you, Marshal Piero. The Commandant General of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, the erudite professor of Gender and Security Studies, management of Spring, and let me respectfully adapt the already established protocol. Today marks a red letter day in the history of my life, and I believe the lives of all the gender advocates in the world that a security organization has had a policy established, enthroned, disseminated, mainstreamed in its policies and programs and projects, and then it's also reviewing that same policy today, which in other words shows the commitment of the leadership to gender inclusivity in the agency. I'm not surprised. Professor Audi has been in the forefront of championing inclusivity in terms of gender. He was the very first who sponsored 25 personnel of the Corps to undertake postgraduate studies in gender and security studies. I think that he deserves a round of applause. And so, he's also the first Commandant General in the history of Civil Defense Corps who ensured that, who saw the gap in the management and ensured that there was a need for women to also occupy the positions of Deputy Commandants General in the Corps. This is a testament of your erudite scholarship and advocacy. No wonder you are he for she, a champion of gender inclusivity. This history will continue to remember you for writing the first policy, for having the second one after a review, and the Almighty God will see you through to implement this policy. Congratulations, Professor Audi.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. From one professor to another professor, congratulations. It makes us perspire to aspire, but it's okay. Permit me, before I call the next person, to recognize the representative of the Controller General of Corrections, Sylvester Nwakuchi, MFR, here represented by Dr. Adenike Sheindemi. You're welcome, ma'am. At this point, permit me invite for the next 2 minutes, representing the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolutions, lead, Dr. Joseph Ochogo. We have Mrs. Susan Owakwe. For your goodwill message, please. Oh, there's no goodwill. Beautiful. Thank you very much. So there is one of my most favorite byline. He who pays the piper dictates the. He who pays the piper dictates the. Permit me to invite a woman who has come to Nigeria and has become a Nigerian by love. A woman who is a friend to Nigerian women. One who's been honored by her country with an OBE. The Deputy High Commissioner, British High Commission, Abuja, Her Excellency Jill Lever. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes forward for her speech. Thank you for always saying, yes, Nigerian women deserve the support. Yes, let's do it.
Thank you, Gloria. Good afternoon, everyone. Commandant General, very nice to make your acquaintance, and I can feel the respect for you in the room as a he for she. Thank you for everything you're doing. My sisters, the FCT Minister for Women and the Assistant Inspector General of Police, we've done a lot of work together on gender. Really glad that you're here. DCC Kemi Ajet, head of the gender unit in the NSCDC, Dr. Okoha, team lead Spring, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, and particularly sisters, it's very nice to be with you. So today we're marking another milestone in Nigeria's work to build stronger, more inclusive and more trusted security institutions. The launch of the NSCDC Gender Policy 2 is a clear statement of intent, an affirmation of leadership in the women, peace and security space, and a confident step towards a more resilient Nigeria. So allow me to congratulate you, Sir Commandant General, on this issue and the leadership of your corps, and your commitment to strengthening gender responsiveness across your corps has been clear, it's been steady, it's garnered respect. So from establishing gender desks to increasing women's representation at senior levels, to improving prevention and response to sexual and gender-based violence, your progress has been meaningful and it's been measurable. And it shows that your institution is determined to evolve in the service of every Nigerian. The UK is very glad to be with you in partnership on this journey, and our relationship is rooted in Commonwealth values, shared democratic principles, and our deep people-to-people links. And through our strategic partnership with Nigeria that we signed in 2024, we've been working closely with Nigerian institutions, including yours, sir, to strengthen human security, empower women and youth, and promote community-centered approaches to peace and security. And some of you will know that our collaboration extends to many areas, including explosive ordnance risk education, counter IED awareness, and civil-military cooperation. But at the heart of today's celebration is women, peace and security, a global framework built on a simple truth. Peace is more durable. Peace is more likely to endure and be agreed if women are participating fully and equally in shaping decisions. And Nigeria reaffirmed this commitment with the launch of the 3rd National Action Plan last December, and the NSCDC has been a key driver of progress. So the revision of the gender policy, as supported through the Spring Programme, was thorough, it was evidence-based, and it reflects the Corps' determination to learn from experience and respond to emerging realities. It strengthens coordination, enhances safeguarding and survivor-centered responses, expands disability inclusion. Let's not forget about disability. We're talking about gender, but this is a very inclusive policy. And it addresses technology-facilitated gender-based violence, very, very important, and embeds gender-responsive budgeting, monitoring, and accountability systems. As we celebrate today's achievement, we must also remember that implementation is where transformation becomes real. A policy is meaningful only when it moves from paper to practice and is reflected in daily decisions, leadership appointments, training, deployment, and wider organizational culture. So I encourage every officer, male or female, commander and partner represented here to keep pushing forward. Strong leadership, adequate resourcing, continuous learning, and collective accountability will be essential for this policy to reach its full potential. The United Kingdom will continue to walk alongside you. We're proud of what you've achieved and will remain committed to supporting the next phase of this journey, including strengthening training, deepening institutional capacity, ensuring that women's experiences and contributions continue to shape security delivery across Nigeria. So may the launch of Gender Policy 2 inspire even greater ambition, stronger collaboration, and a future where every officer, whether woman or man or disabled, can serve, lead, and excel without barrier or bias. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause to her. You know the similarity that women all around the world have? The blood is red. The skin color might be different, but the blood is red. And so when one bleeds in Britain, another bleeds in Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for our Deputy High Commissioner. I think we have another person who's going to give a goodwill message before the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs. Baba Wale, it's your call.
Thank you very much. Right about now, let me call on Brigadier General M.A. Fadamu, Commander of Nigerian Army Women Command. A big round of applause as he steps on stage.
Thank you very much. The Commandant General, Professor Audi, the representative of the service chiefs here present, and Inspector General of Police, the Deputy High Commissioner of the British Commission, very senior officers here present, participants, all other protocols dutifully and respectfully acknowledged. While I bring you greetings and well wishes from our amiable Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Y.D. Shaibu, Nigerian Army Medal, among several honors and awards. I'm standing here for him, and I want to also borrow from the Commandant General the word he for she. I don't know if I'm he for she or if I'm still an infantry general from center to circumference that I've always been. So I think when I leave this place, going back to my command, I will tell them I'm also he for she commander. Well, I've listened carefully to all the past speakers, especially the Deputy British High Commissioner that just spoke. And she talked about the armed forces and every other security sector accepting the he for she or the gender. We in the Nigerian Army, I want to assure this gathering that we have gone even far above any security organization I challenge in terms of recognition of gender. I'm only holding forth for them, waiting for them to grow up, and we hand over the call to the ladies. We have a corps and we have a command comprising of 4 battalions. As it is at the moment, we have our gallant female soldiers and officers providing the security along the terrible and troubled Kaduna-Abuja highway. We have a battalion in Ebonyi also providing security. So that is to tell you that we have acclimatized and we have accepted the gender inclusion. Without much ado, I feel very honored to be here, and at the end of this session or during the tea break, I will meet a lot of resource persons that will truly make me that he for she. Thank you and God bless you.
NSCDC band, I love this choice of song. Barrister Ruth Kabaruk, you said objection. Everybody said overruled, and I said sustained. But it's okay. And so, sir, we look forward to you really handing over to a woman. After all said and done, Ogadamu, Brigadier General Adamu, you are a good man. And you're holding the forte very well. But we hope that by the time, not too long, we see a female really holding this office as the commander of the Nigerian Army Women Command. So that if we see Mami Watao, we no go run away. Thank you. Up next for a goodwill message is my principal, Numero Uno, Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Hajia Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, FSI, here represented by Mrs. Ola Erinfolami. Please, a round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. The CG, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. Please permit me, sir, to stand on the existing protocols. I'm Olayirin Folami, a director and SA admin at the Office of the Honorable Minister. She would have loved to be here, but due to some other national assignments, asked me to come and give a goodwill message. And so the next voice you are hearing is the voice of my principal, my mother, Hajia Iman Sulaiman Ibrahim, FSI, Federal Minister, Ministry of Women Affairs. Congratulations to our E4She, CG, Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audu, MNI, OFR, on this landmark occasion, on the launch of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps Gender Policy 2026 to 2030. I am honored to extend my warmest congratulations to the leadership and personnel of NSCDC. This landmark policy marks significant milestone in Nigeria's journey towards promoting gender equality and women's empowerment within the security sector by developing and launching this policy. NSCDC demonstrates its commitment to addressing security challenges in a more inclusive and effective manner. The policies focus on preventing sexual and gender-based violence, promoting women's participation in decision-making, and ensuring a safe and supportive work environment is commendable. This initiative aligns with national and global efforts to advance women's rights and empowerment, and I applaud NSCDC efforts to drive this agenda forward under the renewed hope of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. As women continue to face unique challenges in the security sector, this policy is a crucial step towards creating a more inclusive and equitable environment. I am confident that NSCDC will effectively implement and sustain this policy, contributing to a more secure and prosperous Nigeria. As the Minister of Women Affairs, I urge all stakeholders to support NSCDC in this endeavor, ensuring that the gains made are sustained and built upon. Together, we can create a brighter future for Nigeria women and girls. Once again, congratulations to NSCDC on this achievement. I look forward to continued partnership and success in advancing women's empowerment and gender equality in Nigeria. God bless NSCDC. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mic check. Thank you very much, Ma. It's about time to lighten up the house a little bit. We have to call on the features of tomorrow, and they'll be coming here for their peace drama. From Mercy College School, I would like you to come over for your drama presentation. Please, a big round of applause for them as they step on the stage. MMS, Mercy Model College.
We that went to school in another life.
Yes, you can do more better. Please step on stage. Hello? Mic check. Hello?
Good afternoon. On behalf of Mercy Model School, Good afternoon. On behalf of Mercy Model School, I warmly welcome you to today's presentation. Today's presentation is led by our students and focused on an issue that affects us all, digital violence against women. With me and my colleagues, we will be presenting the third style talk, drama, and the interactive section. We invite you to reflect, listen, and participate. We will start with a third style talk to set a context of today's topic.
When the screen becomes a weapon, violence doesn't always shout. Sometimes it types a message, a comment, a screenshot shared without permission. No blood, no bruises, yet millions of women log off every day feeling afraid.
Digital violence against women includes online harassment, threats, blackmail, body shaming, and even revenge posting. And here is the danger. Because it happens online, people think it's not real. But fear is real. Anxiety is real. Silence is real. For many women, internet is no longer a safe place. It's a surveillance space.
We tell women, ignore it, block them, log out. But education is online. Jobs are online. Voices are online. Asking women to disappear from online is not protection, it's an exclusion.
Digital violence survives because of three things: silence, normalization, and lack of consequences. When abuse gets likes, it grows. When no one speaks, it spreads.
This is not just women's issue, it is human responsibilities. Individuals call out abuse, schools must treat online abuse as a real misconduct, platforms must act faster and harder, bystanders must stop being comfortable. The internet must reflect who we choose to be, and we choose better.
Thank you for those insights. To bring those ideas to life, we will present a short drama.
Her name... Okay. Her name is Adora. Her name is Adora, smart, kind, full of promise. But one day, the online world she trusted turned into a battlefield.
Look at her, acting so perfect. Please rest.
Your picture is ugly. Delete it before we help you. Why don't you disappear? Nobody will miss you.
But why? I only posted my school awards. Why do they hate me?
The screen may be small, but the wounds it can cause are enormous.
We created a group chat about you.
Everyone is laughing. Just quit. You are nothing.
Maybe they're right. Maybe I should never speak online again.
Ada, stop! They're not what they call you. Police hide behind screen because they're afraid to stand in the light.
Chika, I feel alone.
You are not alone. I see your words even if they choose not to.
Adora, cyberbullying is not your shame. It is their crime, and it must be reported. Digital violence is real. It destroys confidence, dreams, and even lives. But when the community stands together, a single voice can become a shield.
I will not delete myself because someone can handle my light. I will not shrink. I will speak for myself and for every girl out there fighting online battles.
Support girls, believe in them.
Hold bullies accountable.
Make technology safe for all.
end cyberbullying, end digital violence. Let every girl rise.
This is the point where all of you step forward and take your bow. Okay? So you step forward. You're not done. Oh, I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Thanks to our performers. What we have just watched is real-life experience. Reflect on real-life experience. At this point, we invite everyone to our interactive section.
Raise your hands if you have ever witnessed a woman being insulted or threatened online. Sorry. I said, raise your hands if you have ever witnessed a woman being insulted or threatened online. Keep your hands up if you did nothing. I'm going to start again. Okay. Raise your hands if you have ever seen a woman being insulted or threatened online. Good. Keep your hands if you did nothing. That silence is how digital violence spreads.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to run a quick question and answer session. Please indicate yes by a show of hands and no by keeping your hands down. I proceed. Is sending threatening direct messages a form of violence? Interesting. Let's think about why. 2. Is sharing private pictures without consent abuse? 3. Is laughing at harmful comments a form of participation? All right. 4. Is reporting abuse an overreaction? Let's think about why.
Can we please have a microphone in the audience?
All right. Over here, ma'am. The microphone is in the audience.
What's one thing you do the next time you see online abuse?
What's
one thing you do the next time you see online abuse?
Report the abuse.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Do not reshare the post.
Thank you, ma'am.
Speak against it.
Thank you, ma'am. Change starts with interruption.
Thank you. Silence protects abusers. Voices protect people. Today's message is simple. Today's message is simple because people see different things. Now, as a school community, we must choose respect, responsibility, and courage, both online and offline. On behalf of Mercy Model School and the entire presentation team, thank you for your attention, time. We appreciate.
Wow. No, this is now when you step forward here. Okay, I think you should follow me. Just follow me. Keep following. Keep following. All of you line up here. Take a bow and take a handshake from the CG because he appreciates all of you. So line up together. All right. Do we have a quorum? Even Uncle Seth, line up now. Now take a bow. Shall we give them a round of applause? My CG sir, that means so much to them. That means so much.
tragedy. My faithful, what is the way forward?
I think I have an idea.
You don't have any idea. You don't have any idea. When men talk, women should listen. Leave your kids and come here. Just because we're talking about animals that have fun, because snail walk, he wants to try to mingle. A woman don't talk nonsense.
You see, every voice matters in security. Every voice, every life. Yet, when security decisions are being made, one question remains. Where are the women?
Thank you, Mr. Okoro. Women shouldn't be seen or heard about any conversation that has to do with security in our community.
You see my exact problem with you, Mr. Okoro. This is the reason why insecurity still exists in this land. Segregation and ignorance. Have you the impact of women would go a long way? Okay, let me ask you all a question. How many of you men can stay in your house without your wives cooking for you? Can you feed? Can you do anything without your wife? So don't throw away the idea of a woman, please.
What do women know? What do women know?
What do we know? When women are included in security decisions, early signs are clearer, responses are smarter, and communities are safer.
Very, very useless, man.
Since the both of you have no input in what we are discussing here, allow these women to talk. Mrs. Femi, what is the way forward?
Thank you very much, my queen, my king. Firstly, all the youths in this community, both male and female, they must start learning self-defense through the help of our expert civilized friends, the civil defense. And secondly, all the women must make sure to provide food and water for the youths guarding the borders. And lastly, which is the most important one, listen to me. We must make a plan. Yes.
Well, we would like to commend the NSCDC for promoting women leadership and, implementing its second gender policy. We also want to thank the UK FCDO for promoting peace that leaves no one behind. Because women and girls can only thrive in an enabling environment.
Parade! Attention! Standard is. This is the NSCDC. We are here to protect lives and property.
You see, every voice matters in security. Women should not be segregated and marginalized. Our voices deserve to be heard. We have an important role to play in the security system of our country and our community.
So women should be included in the security affairs of this community, not just in the bedroom or in the kitchen. Women should be listened to. Women should be heard in the affairs of the community. Divided we fall.
now, they say one good school deserves another. One good turn deserves another. Mercy and Grace School have already been kitted and they're waiting. For the next 5 minutes, let's watch their presentation. So a round of applause for them.
It fades when rumors are trusted more than truth, when pride speaks louder than reason, and when youth forget that dialogue is strength. A boundary dispute, a message passed wrongly, and anger became a leader. Must we let anger thrive? Ladies and gentlemen, journey with me as we walk into the land of Wazobia.
Hey, Jesus. Hi, Jesus. The sun is high. Hey. Hey, Jesus. This land. This particular land again. This land. Oh, I don't have time to waste. Wait. Isn't this the plantain I planted last week?
Oi, in my palm, Jamiri, I don't come here again. Yeah? I kill you for there. I tell you, it's my father, my grandfather, he get up for this palm. I tell you, you know they come here for this land again. I know they tell you, they make I don't come here for this land again. I tell you, my father, my father is get this palm.
Your father. How many father you get?
That day I pursue you, he break my leg. Attack me that day, I tell you, make I come up for this palm, I pursue you, I break my leg. Now he don't come again. If I don't kill you today, make I know what's happening.
The other one.
Oh, you try nonsense, kill you for there. Try nonsense, if I don't kill you for here, make I know what's happening. Who be this one? Who be this one? Allow me to beat this boy. Okay. He entering my land. Allow me to beat him.
Oh yeah, Galassi
for me. Let me go. Ismaila, Ibrahim.
This guy Galassi Just check Gambia first.
In that moment, no one asked any question. Everyone assumed, and peace fell. What happens when violence ends? When violence ends, silence follows. Families worry, communities divide. And then comes the court, not just to judge our crime, but to judge our actions. Observe with me as this case turns out. Let's all go to the court together.
Because I've been told. Wait, face. You go.
Thank you, clerk. Prosecuting counsel, you may present your case.
My lord, the accused have been caught disrupting public order over a land dispute. But thanks to the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, they were caught and are now being charged for their excesses. What they did is in direct violation with Section 45 of the 1999 Constitution, which allows restriction of actions that threaten public order.
Objection! Council is misapplying Section 45 without establishing necessity.
Objection sustained. Council, lay proper foundation.
Much obliged, my lord. Now, let us go to why these men are actually in the court. Is it because they had a single argument? No, it is because of what the argument is based on and what it caused to the society. After their argument, chaos ensued. People were scared, people were traumatized, some mentally scarred forever. And now, because of their egoistic acts and because they couldn't put tribalism behind them, the community as a whole has been destroyed.
The Defense Counsel, what do you have to say?
My lord, we all know that abuses reign in our nation. I stand to correct my opposing lawyer here, who made a verbal abuse statement egoistic. If a lawyer can indeed insult an individual in the law court, can't you all agree with me that the lawyer should be prosecuted and imprisoned? If a lawyer can lie in the law court, doesn't it mean that it's an act of perjury? In the 1999 Nigerian Constitution, Chapter 4, Section 38, the Constitution says that every individual, including you and I, and these two clients here, are all entitled to freedom of speech, religion, and conscience. So how has the act of these two innocent victims here violated the Constitution? Did they propagate violence? Did they instigate vandalization? Was it physical violence? Was it libelous? Was it slanderous? No, it wasn't. She can't prove it. Whereas, these two individuals never appealed to the court. So why should an educated fellow lawyer like me poke nose into such an affair? I start to correct that these two victims here are victims of misinformation and not enemies of the state.
Objection, my lord. Ignorance of the law is not a reason for them to destroy their community. Every single bad thing that has happened has always started from little argument and little things. Just because it happened in the local level does not mean it won't lead to urban people also arguing. Now, their tribalism is being defended just because it was a quote-unquote local issue. That is not right.
Objection overruled. However, be reminded, intent and circumstances are relevant. The Defense Counsel, you may proceed.
My lord, court, we all know that a lawyer without a first-class degree is like a pumping machine.
Objection, my
court,
lord. This is
we all
an
know
insult.
that a lawyer
This is no
that has
longer
no
a
reasoning
legal argument.
is just like someone who pollutes the
lawyer
court.
here has
Learned counsels, be reminded this is not a marketplace where you make noise anyhow. I will hold you in contempt of the court. The defense, what more do you have to say?
My lord, I rest my case.
The prosecuting counsel, what more do you have to say?
My lord, if I may, I would like to call upon a witness who saw what these men did to their community firsthand.
You may.
Mrs. Bosede Babatunde, are you in the audience? Mrs. Bosede Babatunde, please take the witness stand.
Place your hand. Repeat after me. I. Say your name.
Miss Bosede Babatunde.
Swear to say the truth and nothing but the truth.
I swear to say nothing but the truth, for the truth, or by the truth.
I swear to say the truth and nothing but the truth.
I swear to say nothing but the truth and the truth.
Mrs. Bosede Babatunde, Were you at the scene where these men disrupted public order? Please, can you narrate your experiences as you saw them?
As I was going to the market, with my market on my head, then I see Omo Igbo, I see Omo Hausa, they were fighting. So I say, let me go and see. I see this one, he carries stone, he carries stick. I say, Mogbe, where will I run? Where will I go and put my head? But thank God for civil offense. Civil defense. They come and pack all of them.
Mrs. Bossede, is that all you experienced?
That's all I experienced, so.
My lord, as you can see, this woman has had first-hand traumatic experience from what these men did to their community. As you can see, she's just a simple woman, now forever scarred by what these men did.
The defense counsel, do you have any objections?
Yes, my lord. The truth is indeed bitter, but the truth can set you free. Young madam, were you at the scene where this incident happened?
I did, yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes.
That means you heard and saw all that happened?
Yeah. No.
No. Based on our findings, we found out that there were no weapons. But why did you claim that there were weapons? Did you see any weapons? Yes or no? Court, you see how my victims are also
Objection, my lord. He is badgering my client. We can all see that this woman is a simple market woman who is not very literate. So why would the defense lawyer use psychological warfare against her to make her say things she's not meant to say?
Ms. Bosse, you may leave. I have listened to the testimony of the witness and have examined the case carefully and the evidence adduced from both parties. I shall now be giving my verdict. Let me remind everyone present, Nigeria was not formed by one tribe, one tongue, and one faith. In the Constitution, Section 15, subsection 3B, clearly states that the state should improve inter-ethnic and inter-religious harmony. Let me say this all clearly, without apology. There is no peace without tolerance. And there is no tolerance without harmony. This court reminds us that Nigeria's strength lies on all the ethnic groups, regardless, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Muslim, traditional, Christian. Mr. Chinedu Chukwuemeka and Mr. Musta Abdulaziz, you have both been found guilty for disrupting public peace. This court believes that unity is greater than punishment. This court orders as follows: that you tender a public apology across tribal and religious lines, that you participate jointly in peace advocacy programs for a period of 6 months. Before this court rises, let me remind you all, peace is not declared by judges alone. It is practiced by the citizens who live in the state. A nation does not collapse because of differences. It only collapses when those differences are weaponized. Let this court not be the only place peace is defended. Let homes teach tolerance. Let schools teach respect. And let youths learn that disagreement is not enmity. Nigeria is not perfect, but it's ours. Let peace reign beyond the walls of this court. Court adjourned.
Today, the court judged 2 youths. Tomorrow, the nation must judge itself. Tribe should not divide us. Religion should not destroy us. But dialogue should unite us.
A famous Spanish quote goes like this: Donde la riqueza es escasa, el acceso a conocimiento es limitado. Which can translate to unity can sustain a nation, but I repeat, it is only peace that can transform it. Thank you. No tribe, no religion is greater than peace. Thank you.
Please step down and take your bow properly, as you also take a handshake from the CG. Dr. Okiwa, I know you love this. Non-kinetic approach to solving issues of dispute. Please come forward here. Come over here. Yabose. Oh. You're going to be a great theater practitioner. I love how you... Okay. Take a bow. My CG, sir. Dr. and represented the CG. We're gradually winding down to the reason for this convergence. You might have seen it in your program, but it was the Ethiopian eunuch that said he could not understand because there was no one to interpret for him. We have the 2 leads that did come together. But first, could we give a round of applause to Spring? Could we give another round of applause to FCDO? And then a round of applause to NSCDC. Thank you for what you have done to change the face of the gender policy of NSCDC. Join me welcome the gutsy lead of Spring, a woman whose only Achilles heels is excellence. She won't sleep until it is done and done excellently. Join me welcome Amina Akano Bello.
Thank you very much, Gloria, our very own host, the Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Professor Haudi Ahmed Abubakar, and my lecturer, actually. With your kind permission, I would like to adopt the already established protocol. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have to say a big thank you to that drama group. Thank you for that beautiful performance. But I actually thought they were going to highlight the fact that women's voices are always silenced. Always, or sometimes. Did you notice that there was an attempt to silence the market woman? That wasn't highlighted. There was an attempt to actually, intimidate her so she doesn't speak her mind. But anyway, thank you very much for that beautiful performance. My task this afternoon, because we don't have time, is to present an overview of the Women, Peace and Security agenda in Nigeria. But you see, when we talk about the localization of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 in Nigeria, it's a long story. I can't tell it all in 5 minutes. But I'm going to try to provide or present very high-level summarized history of the Women, Peace and Security agenda in Nigeria. And so I will start by saying that the Women, Peace and Security agenda emerged through the unanimous adoption of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 in 2000. The resolution recognizes the disproportionate impact of conflict on women and girls. What do we mean by that? In conflict situation, women are exposed to heightened risk of sexual and gender-based violence. Unfortunately, women are excluded from peace processes. They are excluded from efforts to promote peace. They are excluded from efforts to address the very conflict that has exposed them to violence, the very conflict that has had negative impact on them. And so when we talk about the disproportionate impact of conflict, we are also talking about the fact that women are exposed to increased burden of care, sometimes due to loss of their spouses, because in our society, we know that the men are the traditional breadwinners, right? They are the breadwinners. So when they lose their husband, they have to shoulder increased burden of care. They have to also become breadwinners that they are not used to in our own traditional society. But then it's important to emphasize that the Women, Peace and Security agenda has called our attention to the fact that women are not just victims of conflicts. They are powerful agents of peace. What that means is women need to be able to participate meaningfully in peace and security decision making. And it's their right to do so. Now, I'm going to also emphasize that the Women, Peace and Security agenda also calls for the integration of gender perspectives in peace and security processes. What this means is that we need to pay attention to the differential needs of women, men, girls, and boys in conflict situation, and even in peace times. And how can we do this? It's by conducting GETSI analysis, gender equality, disability, and social inclusion analysis, because we have to understand that beyond gender, gender actually intersects with other social identity factors, like ethnicity. You heard that from the presentation we had. Ethnicity, religion, geographical location, disability status. So it's important to identify the differential needs of diverse groups in the communities we serve. We need to understand the needs, the priorities of the most marginalized population within those communities so that we're able to tailor our interventions to address their needs or respond to their security concerns. Next, then when we talk about women, peace, and security, we are talking about 4 pillars. I'm sure many of us here have heard about this. For us, we like to leverage every occasion to popularize the Women, Peace and Security agenda because we want to ensure that we are raising awareness about the significance of women, peace, and security. Now, the first pillar talks about participation, ensuring meaningful participation of women in conflict prevention, in peace building, decision making, not just tokenism, not just sitting down at the table, but ensuring that women in their diversity are able to also contribute their perspectives to shape peace in our society. We want to ensure that women are able to also sit at the peace negotiation table and contribute their perspectives. But then we have a pillar that talks about protection, which seems to be most popular, really. Every time you hear about Women, Peace and Security agenda, we're always quick to talk about sexual and gender-based violence. Yes, the Women, Peace and Security agenda calls for the protection of women and girls from sexual and gender-based violence. It also calls on civil society organizations, government, security agencies to put in place measures to protect the rights of women and girls from all forms of human rights violations. But also, very importantly, in conflict settings, we talk about conflict-related sexual violence. It calls for us to ensure that we are protecting women and girls from this form of sexual violence that we consider to be a weapon of war, and also ensure that we are putting in place measures for women and girls that have been exposed to this form of violence to be able to recover from their exposure to such violence. But then another important pillar is the prevention pillar. What does it say? It talks about preventing conflict, preventing sexual and gender-based violence, preventing all forms of violence. But most importantly, this pillar is also asking us to harness the peacemaking capacity of women. It's asking us to ensure that women are able to participate meaningfully in early warning, early response system. Right? Then the pillar 4, which is on relief and recovery, what does that say? It's talking about the need to support conflict-affected communities, populations, marginalized groups, to be able to build back better, to recover from the impact of conflict, from their losses when conflict happens. And we do that in different ways. Even for Spring, we support conflict-affected communities to access economic and livelihood opportunities so that they are able to recover from their losses. But also, I'm sure you've heard about talks around trauma healing, providing psychosocial support. This is to ensure that conflict-affected communities are able to recover fully. But also, you go to internally displaced camps, looking at the settings. Are we really deliberate about addressing the needs of conflict-affected population or displaced population? Because this pillar is also saying, hey, your JETSI analysis or your gender analysis should inform your response to the needs of displaced population. So what that means is you need to understand if women, for example, need sanitary pads. You need to also pay attention to the need to ensure maybe proper locks for bathrooms, for toilets in displaced camps. You need to also pay attention to the need to maybe locate water points right within the camp or close to the camp so that women don't get exposed to violence or to sexual-based violence on their way to collect water. Because remember, conflict, they have lost their homes as a result of conflict. And then when conflict erupts, the traditional gender roles also changes. The social fabrics also gets disrupted. And usually you say there's no law and order, isn't it? So they get exposed to heightened risk of sexual and gender-based violence. So we need to pay attention to all of this. Now, talking about localization of this women, peace, and security agenda in Nigeria, we've made tremendous progress, like I mentioned earlier. Nigeria adopted its first National Action Plan on Women, Peace, and Security in year 2013. And then the second action plan was adopted in year 2017. So I can confidently tell you that Nigeria has so far implemented 2 successful national action plans. And congratulations to Nigeria again. The 3rd National Action Plan on Women, Peace, and Security was adopted in December 2015, really signaling, or reaffirming 2025, right? December 2025, reaffirming government's commitment to advancing women, peace, and security agenda, and most importantly, strengthening the institutionalization of gender in peace and security efforts, and also in national, state, and local development plans. And so, can you see the pillars of Nigeria's National Action Plan? The 5th one seems to be the one that is very unique. It's partnership, and that's based on lessons learned from the implementation of these action plans. We have recognized the need to strengthen collaboration, the need for diverse actors, government, civil society organizations, security agencies, communities to work together to ensure that we are able to harness the transformative agenda of the women, peace, and security. And most importantly, to ensure that we are addressing gaps or gender gaps that are undermining women's leadership or hindering women's leadership in peace and security processes. Next slide, please. Now, when we talk about achievements, again, it's important to mention that currently we have 16 states that have localized the National Action Plan. Why do they localize it? It's to address their context-specific issues, context-specific women, peace, and security issues. And we have 22 local government. By the count of Women Affairs, you know, they are the custodian and they are the ones that keep these records. But so far, we have 16 state action plans and 22 local action plans. And you see, something interesting that I should mention is that Spring recently supported the development of Niger State Action Plan on Women, Peace, and Security. That was launched in December 2025. And then we have also supported the development of 13 local action plans in Plateau, in Benue, and then one in Katsina State. Because of time, I won't be able to break that down. But of course, when we talk about progress, we always like to talk about the fact that we have growing network of women mediators in Nigeria. Now, Spring is also deliberate about enhancing capacity of women mediators. And we have so far trained over 900 women in mediation, in gender-inclusive mediation. And these women are also working closely with their communities, with community leaders, to resolve disputes in their communities, which I think is a good one. This is a key strategy to ensure that we are able to enhance women's participation in peace processes. But also, the implementation of the national action plans have also contributed to the domestication of policies and laws, you know, in Nigeria. I'm sure we all know about the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law, which really clearly addresses the issue of sexual and gender-based violence. We have the Child Rights Law. And today, because we are working with NSCDC, right? We have NSCDC in the room. NSCDC adopted its first gender policy in 2021, right? And then the Nigeria Police Force also is currently implementing its second gender policy. I know the first one was developed in 2010. And then you have the Armed Forces of Nigeria also adopted its gender policy in 2021. So we have made progress as a country. But also, it's important to mention economic productivity. Spring is doing a lot to really build economic resilience of conflict-affected population. And so we are doing a lot to ensure that women who have been exposed to conflict, women from pastoralists, from farming community, are able to access income-generating opportunities. We have established women-led cooperatives and even linked them to financial institutions. And we continue to expose them to business skills, provide them with financial literacy skills to ensure that they are able to build back better. But why is this important? When women are empowered, they are better able to contribute to peace processes in their community. That is one gap that we have seen over the years, and Spring is addressing this. Because you go to communities, you keep talking about peace, and they ask you, we are hungry, and you are talking about peace. But we know that when people are economically empowered and they are able to recover from, you know, the losses they've been exposed to during conflict, they are better able to contribute meaningfully to decision making, and they are more empowered, they are more confident to also, you know, participate in decision making. And then legal aid, I don't think I have to talk about that. We've talked about providing pro bono services, which the program is also very deliberate about. We have trained what we call Police Duty Solicitor Scheme, comprising of the police, Legal Aid Council, Ministry of Women Affairs. And the reason we are enhancing capacity of these institutions we regard as, you know, these institutions are the ones that actually respond to the issue of sexual and gender-based violence and conflict-related sexual violence in our community. So we've been training them to ensure that they are able to strengthen survivor-centered approach. They are able to handle issues of gender-based violence in a more conflict-sensitive way, in a more gender-responsive manner, to ensure that we are shaming the perpetrators. We are promoting or influencing the prosecution of perpetrators and not shaming the survivors, because this is what we see in our communities, ensuring that survivors are able to access adequate care, timely support, and for them to be able to, live, a life of dignity or become better. Right, so next slide, please. And so, I think it's important to mention the challenges quickly. WPS currently being siloed, and we're saying non-integration of women, peace, and security in national and state development plan. Of course, there are so many actors who continue to work to ensure that women, peace, and security principles are embedded in peace and security efforts. And I'm just going to run quickly to the next slide, because I think that is important. But if you look at the challenge slide, you will see that we talked about limited budgetary allocations. What that means is, for us to be able to advance women, peace, and security agenda, we need to ensure allocation of adequate resources, because that continues to be a challenge. Now, the security sector, when you talk about the relevance of women, peace, and security, first we talk about operational effectiveness, of course, because when security institutions or security agencies understand the needs of the groups that they serve, the communities that they serve, not just men, right? Not just male-centered response. They understand the needs of diverse groups. Then they are able to tailor their interventions to address their needs or respond to their security concerns. So, of course, when you implement Women, Peace, and Security agenda, you are able to promote operational effectiveness, you are able to promote professionalism, and you are able to also, build trust. Address trust deficit between communities and security agencies and government. So this is what this Women, Peace, and Security agenda is all about. It's also talking about strengthening support, protection of civilians, from harm. It also calls for alignment, of our operations with international, national gender equality frameworks. To ensure that we are actually compliant. You have the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, and all of that. And then we're talking about NAP. And that's why this policy, is also different, because it is now responding to, emerging issues, and is also has considered the third National Action Plan on Women, Peace, and Security that has just been launched. But finally, the leadership and human capital is very important. And I know that our own commandant is already doing a lot to promote women's leadership. But you see, by implementation of Women, Peace, and Security, we expect to expand the pool of women talents in the security sector. We expect to see that gender is integrated in recruitment. We have to be deliberate about looking for the women so that our recruitment also responds to their needs. Our recruitment also brings in more women to the sector. What that means is we have to actively identify barriers to women's participation in the security sector. I thought that's important for us to mention. Then finally, I would say that there's no how we can achieve sustainable peace if we only engage a segment of the society. For us to achieve lasting peace, we need women, we need men, we need youth, we need persons with disability. And of course, we have global evidence, we have national evidence pointing to the fact that women's participation improve peace outcomes. When women participate in the process of drafting peace agreements, for example, we can be rest assured that peace agreements will be implemented and it will be more sustainable, because everyone will hone the process of building peace in their society. Because of time, I think I'll need to end there, but to say that DCC Kemi is coming up to present an overview of the gender policy too. So when we talk about compliance of security agencies to Women, Peace, and Security agenda, this is what we're talking about. NSCDC is compliant by having a gender policy, right? And so she is coming to talk more about the gender policy. Thank you, everyone.
The Commandant General, sir, permits me to stand on the already established protocols. My name is DCC Kemi Alawajet. I'll be talking on the Gender Policy 2, the overview. It is important to note that gender policy supported by UN Women, our partners West Africa and Nigeria, laid the foundation and strategic direction for Gender Policy 2, which is now explicitly supported by FCDO through the Spring Project. Both Gender Policy 1 and 2 aligns with national, regional, and international frameworks, including the National Gender Policy, NAP 3, Disability Rights Laws, UNSCR 1325, and UN Sustainable Development Goal 5 and 16. Gender Policy 1 recorded significant successes, including the establishment of gender desk offices and officers across states of the Federation and the 774 local government areas, including the FCT. It also led to increased participation and representation of women at strategic, state, departmental, and unit level across NSCDC formations. Establishment of female squad across the 36 states of the Federation, including FCT. Additionally, the policy in response to these gaps, Gender Policy 2, strengthen reporting mechanism and timely responses to sexual and gender-based violence, supported by evidence-based data and documentation. Despite these achievements, key gaps were identified through consultative dialogues and validation sessions. This includes weak awareness and prevention mechanism for technology-facilitated gender-based violence, absence of dedicated gender budget lines, which limited effective implementation. Much like owning a beautiful car with all its compartments, but having little or no fuel to drive it. Inadequate inclusion of persons with disabilities who are often targeted due to their vulnerability. However, we acknowledge and deeply appreciate the passionate commitment of the Commandant General to gender issues and his willingness to support the work of the gender unit. In response to these gaps, Gender Policy 2 adopts a more deliberate and inclusive approach. It emphasizes the integration of gender perspective into training manual, curricula, and NSCDC training colleges. Achieving this requires robust resource mobilization and clearly defined gender budget lines. While Policy 1 identified broad gender concerns, Policy 2 operationalizes them through clear priorities, actions, structured resource allocation, and systematic integration across thematic areas, departments, units, and directorates within NSCDC formation nationwide. The introduction of dedicated gender budget lines strengthens accountability and ensures the availability of resources for implementation. Moving beyond the aspirational budgeting framework of Policy 1 to a more institutionalized and sustainable model, this thematic integration embeds gender into everyday operations of the Corps, making it a living and measurable component of institutional culture and impacts. Importantly, technology-facilitated gender-based violence is not a respecter of persons. Name, title, age, and coordinated action is most important to eradicate menace that is increasingly affecting our society. As rightly said, ending sexual, gender, and gender-based violence, addressing technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and empowering women are core operational priorities of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. Through Gender Policy 2, NSCDC is providing strategic leadership to advance these priorities as essential pillars of security, human dignity, and inclusive national development. In conclusion, the two policies create a continuum from commitment to action, strengthening NSCDC capacity to deliver security services that are equitable, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of all citizens. Thank you all for listening.
Please, let's give her a resonating round of applause. The Minister of Interior, here represented by the Commandant General of the NSCDC, the time has come. In the southeast where I come from, they say when the baby's head is out, never tell the mother to close her legs. This child must be born. The pregnancy has been carried full term. Gestation period done. And now it is time to see this child to know whether it is a single birth or a multiple birth. And I'm sure it will be a multiple birth because the content will multiply the impact in the NSCDC. So please, permit me invite the Honorable Minister of Interior, a man who is committed to discipline in all arms, here represented under his ministry, here represented by a man of deep knowledge on criminality and gender issues, Dr. Olubumi Tunjiojo, here represented by the CG of the NSCDC, Professor Abubakar Audi.
Thank you so very much. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Let me just try to very quickly go through the protocol list. The Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, able to present it by my sister, the director from the ministry. As a matter of fact, the Honorable Minister for Women Affairs is my dear sister. We are from the same place. The Deputy High Commissioner just left. Our partner from Spring, our partners also from Tetra Tech, the various representatives of the service chiefs and other sister security agencies here present. Our own, the mandate secretary, whether she has left. My DCGs, ACGs, and other very senior officers here present. My very good friend, Professor Tio. Of course, my Vice Chancellor from Kaduna, the Prof. Permit me to also specially recognize somebody who is very special to me, perhaps somebody who I love most in my life. The person is actually bearing my mother's name, Dr. Asamau. Yes. So I call her my mother. Members of the 4th Estate of the Realm, my dear student, very brilliant, Amina Akano Bello. I have your quotation here. I will say it later. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My lecturer who is late will tell you that he is supercalifragilisticexpialidociously impressed with what he has heard here today and what he has seen. And I think I also see that here today. I'm so impressed with what I've heard and all the comments from all the comments of the goodwill speakers and from the various dramas we have watched here. But don't worry, I won't traumatize you the way Bosade was traumatized. Today's occasion is very, very germane, and it marks a very major milestone in the institutional growth of this service. You remember when we came in, we championed the cause to establish the first gender policy in the core. And that vision was born out of the passion that we have, you know, from how we came up, you know, in the service. And we realized through research that we have a quite sizable number of women who have really very, very achieved much. And we thought that it is better we integrate them into the system very well, deeply rooted. So we came about this idea of gender policy. Perhaps, maybe because of our background, my background as an intellectual, having written a lot of books on gender and security, having also still teaching gender issues in Africa and emerging security threats that has held Africa to ransom in terms of development over time now. And so we thought that we should introduce an all-inclusive platform that will really give women a very formidable chance to compete favorably with their male counterparts. So we brought about the gender policy. And we have seen through this period that we realize some gaps, which it is normal. And we said, since it is already about 5 years, let us make a review. And then let's have the second part of it, having identified the gaps and then bringing up other platforms to fill the gaps. And that is why today we are doing this. So I like to say that I'm representing the minister here and of course representing myself. So anything I will say, anything that I will say that you consider it a mistake, please give it to me. Anything that I will say that you consider it an applause, give it to the minister. But I like to place on record that we have a very vibrant, very firm, very intelligent, very courageous, very ICT compliant minister. We call him Mr. Excellence. He doesn't want to see anything less. What he wants to see is excellence. And that is why we all love him. So standing for him here today makes me glad. So that is what we have done so far. But just like what my sister said, She said, we can't, and I quote, we can't achieve any meaningful sustainable development without engaging all stakeholders. End of quote. Amina Akano Bello, 2026. Now, I enjoyed her just very quick lecture she gave about how the UN Charter, explains the 1325 about the women involvement in peace and security as an initiative, and coming down to Africa, how we have traversed. But I tell you, owing to the fact that we are able to, develop this policy, we realize that in the Corps, in Civil Defense Corps, that we say is an elitist corps. Civil Defense Corps is an elitist corps. Because I tell you, in civil defense, we leverage on our intellectual capability. I tell you, we can boast of having over 40 PhDs in civil defense. Over 40, yes, in different fields. And what we do, we leverage on our research, the outcomes of our research, because we promote really R&D very, very well in the Corps. So the outcomes of the researches we conduct, really we use it to develop our operational strategy. And that's why any strategy we adopt, you will see that we get it done very well. I can give you a practical example. When we came up with the idea of this first policy, this first policy of gender, to back it up, we established a female division called Female Special Force. And they were trained by the military, particularly the Nigerian Army. Because by antecedents, the Corps is a product of the military, particularly the Nigerian Army. We were the ones helping the military in those days during the war, giving them some form of assistive measures in terms of rehabilitation of both the troops and the victims of the war, those who are injured. That was how we started, long ago, around 1967. So, we are their product. So, we leverage on that relationship and then do our trainings with majorly the military. We collaborate very, very well with the military, especially the Nigerian Army. Of course, civil defense, we say, has two distinct dispositional responsibilities. Civil defense does not live in barracks. Civil defense live and dine with the civilians. So it is easy for us to obtain information. Civil defense is trained by virtually all security agencies. We are trained by the police. Some of the officers you see here seated have attended police colleges. We are trained by the DSS. We are trained by the NIA. We are trained by our fathers, the military, particularly the Nigerian Army. We are also trained by the Navy, because we collaborate with the Navy, at our the waters, especially in the creeks. So we are trained also by the Nigerian Navy. So that is the nexus within which we connect. And that's why civil defense, combining all this knowledge, civil defense you don't expect to see anything less from us. And so when we launched the female division, and they were trained by the military, the 17th Brigade in Katsina were the ones that trained the female squad. And I tell you, nationwide, these smart guys, you don't call them girls, they are not girls, they are guys. Because they want to compete favorably with men. And I tell you, they have been doing that. Although we have been losing some of them, in the battlefield. But I tell you, on record, they have thwarted over 100 attempts of school kidnapping nationwide. This female division, and that is the truth, because the school's protection is being championed by the Corps, and we did a survey called vulnerability survey that actually gave rise to the outcome of this policy, where we had, after that survey, we wanted to see how vulnerable schools are nationwide in Nigeria. And after the survey, we realized that we had over 81,000 schools in Nigeria as at 2022. Now they have surpassed that. Then out of these 81,000, we had over 60,000 that are porous. Porous, no presence of any security man, no fencing in the schools. Now you can see that demonstrates to you how vulnerable our schools are. And that was what actually we leverage on to establish that platform of giving. Because I realized that most of the attacks, when they are, because of the emergent insecurity situation that we have, we call it asymmetric conflict. Now you will see the most victims of this conflict are women and children. And so we thought that if we give women that assignment, women will do it very well, and they have been doing it very well because they are mostly the victims. You know, it's just like when you report and institute a case, of a rape case, and assign it to a female judge, you know that that rapist is gone. There's no doubt about that. So that was what we did, and I tell you, they are doing very, very well. They are doing very, very well. And because we want to also make the whole system look inclusive, to put the word inclusivity into what we do, we have also been promoting female. The recent one we did just in December, we had over about 100 commandants. 45 are female. 45 are female. The rank that is equivalent to the police commissioner rank. We had 45 women in that cadre. With the HCGs, we had 21. We had 8 as female. So you can see. And then for the first time, we now have 2 female DCGs out of 8. I tell you, next time, we'll have equal number. Next time, we'll have equal number. And these women are doing very, very well. So today, having identified the gaps in the first policy, and then having also worked on those gaps, we are now here today to launch the second gender policy. I want, on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Interior, say that this policy is officially launched. I don't know whether I'm jumping the gun, but I like to say that the minister actually was supposed to be here, but he has been delegated to represent Mr. President, you know, in another occasion, actually in Ondo State. Otherwise, he would have been here. So he has asked me to stand for him. Like I told you, this is a man who has come, we call him God sent, who has come to the ministry to rejig and to revamp and to reposition the ministry. You can see what he's doing in all the services, civil defense, immigration. You see how he reformed the passport regime. You see how he has improved the performance of the fire service. And of course, even putting some very formidable touches on our correctional facilities, you know. So he's somebody that we cherish and we guide very jealously. So on behalf of him, let me officially launch this policy. And finally, to thank our partners very immensely. Doctor, I like to say that the Spring is a very, very formidable partner as far as this gender policy is concerned. I remember how they have been severally to our office, you know, trying to work on this policy. And Doctor, my friend, yes, I recognize you, for your effort on your resilience in trying to see that you encourage the service. I like to state on record that we feel very encouraged partnering with you, and to tell you that we will continue to do our best to make our policies very inclusive. As an expert in gender and security studies, I know that one will only do well when you are being seen visibly encouraging, gender mainstreaming, especially as it affects security reforms in Africa and of course in Nigeria. I am happy, like I said, I'm very excited with all the comments, especially my general there. We look forward to one day, after they finish grooming the guys, they will take over. We see a female that will take over from you as a colonel or as a brigadier general. Yes. With this, I'd like to thank everyone here present, and finally to say, God bless Nigeria and Nigerian women. God bless our dear president, and of course, God bless our partners and the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Thank you, gentlemen.
My CG, sir, thank you very much, my minister. At this point in time, permit me invite Peter Mancha, Dr. Okiwo, Professor Hawau, Dr. Wadinobi, Amina and Kemi, the AIG, to join you for the official unveil, including the Brigadier General holding the 40.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Please come over.
For the unveiling, please.
Permit me to invite, with your permission,
your mommy.
My mother, yes.
Yes. Dr. Asmao. And the traditional ruler's wife,
the
please.
The Minister of Women Affairs.
The Minister of Women Affairs, of course. The minister is part of it.
You know I am he for she.
Yeah, I know.
So that they won't...
Sir, please permit me pull this away.
Strip off what they have given me.
Let's pull this away. Ash. Okay. Okay, Glory. Okay, Glory. Push it away. Thank you, sir. Oga Brigadier General holding him. Please, representatives of the Navy, the Air Force, the Immigration, the Correctional Services, Federal Road Safety Corps, SSS. We can't carry. We can't. Professor, my darling, there's no space here. I told them.
Oh, okay. I thought it's on wheel. It's not on wheel.
Mr. Prima of the FCDO, without you, it wouldn't happen like this. Please, FCDO, join us. Mr. Prima, thank you. Please, sir, FCDO, could you hold here? No, there's no way we can move it. Sir, please, you hold one side. It's called an unveiling. Women support the unveiling from the other side. So we unveil as we count down to gender. Somebody say G, and E, and N, and D, and E, and an R. Gender. Everybody should take a copy, please. Lois, I'm so sorry. Once I got here, I tried to fix that, but it was totally too late. I apologize. We can push. We can bring it back here. Please, we can shift.
Line up, line up.
Please, man, bring it down, bring it down, bring it down. Please, we shall come. Shift, 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 shift. Mr. Prima, I cannot see you. You're missing. Peter Mancha, you're missing. Okay, do you have a copy? Okay. Thank you. Please ensure you're not holding it upside down, inside out. Official photographer, please tell me you have your shots. Okay? Are you okay now?
DCGs. All of you, all the DCGs.
Sir, they will come to you after so that we don't get you missing. We need the gender policy. DCG Taylor, my favorite DCG.
Yes.
All DCG. So we want you holding it. Thank you. The photographer is over there. Are you done? No? All right. Thank you. Okay, so we will now invite your 37 state CGs. Commandant, yes. Okay, you have ACG first before, okay. So, okay, all the others can go as we invite the ACGs. My CGs. Thank you. Let's have it. Let's have it. Dr. Okoha is missing. Okay. FCDO is missing. Mr. Prima. No, you have to be there, please. You're a constant fixture. Are we done? Are we done? Okay, bring it down a little, bring it down a little. Before the next batch, please, sir, my CG, sir, before the next batch, please permit me have that picture of Dr. Okoha, FCDO, UN Women, and you. Here we are. Please look this way. My consultants, don't worry, you're going to have your photo now. My CG, sir, please, we need to have this photo. FCDO, Spring, the consultants, and you. Peter Mancha, you're missing. We are having the photo now. Please look this way. Peter Samantha, you're missing. Peter, either you're in or you're in. Thank you. Now this particular photo is for the CG, FCDO, Spring, and the consultants. Auntie Kami, sorry. Your CG is already there. Prima is tired of me already, but you look good when you smile. Thank you. Let's now have Amina come back. Dr. P will stand here. Amina stand here. Prima, please stand there. Just that shot. I'm sorry, sir. And Auntie Kemi, please. Sorry, ma, could you just shift a little? Sir, I'm sorry. I love you. We're done with consultants. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Please. This shot is very important, please. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Please have that photo. I mean, now you're not holding it. The commandant, please. The commandant to join the shot. Amina, maintain. The commandant to join the shot. Could you push forward a little? Please, sir, push forward a little. Oga Baba Wale, we're waiting for you. Turn it the other way, the other way. Photographer, are you okay? Are you okay? All right. Now we want your female officers only. Female officers only. Minister of Women Affairs. Minister of Women Affairs, join that photo. Female officers only. Female officers, please be smart, be smart. Madam, are you a man? Madam, please join them.
Madam, you are not part of female. Are you okay? All right. Please, male officers, sit down. Thank you. Sidowa. The wives of officers of civil defense. For you to walk well. Gender representatives from states. Thank you, ma'am. Representatives from states. Gender representatives from states. My CG is looking very Spartan. Auntie Kemi is the happiest. Auntie, why are you not smiling? What did I do to you? My CG, sir. Are you done? Brother, please come down. Let's have our photo. Are you done? My CG, sir. Thank you, everyone. I want to do what has never been done. Members of the band have never had a photo with you. They have never. The band blow, play. They don't. Band, please come for your photo with the CG. When women run things, the family is cohesive. Una no go carry una brass, una horn. Don't worry, sir, don't worry. How are you, my friend? I'm singing on their behalf. Bring your instruments now, horn, brass. You go show what they do. Please spread out. My CG, thank you for accommodating this. Thank you. Oga, why are you hiding behind? Are you done? Are you done? Oga, sit down, no. Another person lay your back. My CG, sir, thank you. But one last one, which would mandate you coming down. Persons with disability. Thank you, sir. Agile, morale, high. Thank you, sir. Persons with disabilities. And ironically, my CG,
The Justice Minister sent a representative and I didn't know. Please join this photo. I appreciate and I apologize. You could see, my Lord, I put it to you. My Lord, I did not put it to you. How did you not put? Thank you, Mommy. Stand well with Gracie. Hold it. I know you're complaining already, but don't worry, it will be fine. Dr. Kiwa, please, could you join them? Prima? They took your what? Prima, please. Please join this photo, it's very important. Amina? Please join this photo. Thank you. Don't worry, I know. Sadly, is there anyone left there? Ma'am Elena, just turn around so that we have the photo. Please let me know when you're done. Please ensure everyone is captured. Let their perfumes and fragrances show. It's very important. Thank you, my CG. But myself no take photo with you. Baba Wale Komo, this life we never ever have photos. Oga, hands down. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being so magnanimous, sir. Thank you. I don't know how they salute by cotton. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ban, you can serenade. Just a little. Thank you. Policy Committee. My CG, sir. Sorry, sir. Gender Policy Committee. Gender Policy Committee. Thank you. Please, you are Inode. Yamina, join the Agenda Policy Committee. Now you were
Oshamorue, Sisi, Oshewambese, Bioibo. See, all Balisha, Ese Bamputa, Oriwan Vidu,
conversation to be moderated by Lois Alta before we go. Please bear with us. Please. Some people are disappearing from me, so I need to catch. Prima, where are you going to?
Shout out to Royal Majesty. Thanks for loving us. We love you. She will say, I love you. If you call a woman African woman, no way. She will say, I love you. If you call a woman African woman, no way. She will say, I love you. Yeah, thunder. Something freaky to get busy. Better watch your ways now, 'cause we're going right now to the floor now. Meet me right there, down. Let me see you groove, baby. Listen to the groove, honey. Let me see them. We just having fun. We won't carry on. We're together like a stallion. Are you ready? That's why I'm that's why I hold on tight. Hold on tight. Hold on tight. Hold on tight. Let's go. Say. Show me to undercover, she say all our friends are living la vida loca. Tonya be my lover. If I live for me, when the body hunger, I'm gonna die for you. But you say if you don't get money, I don't feel. Make a hide my face, make a hide my begin from my roots. I love you, me say if you say make a good turn down for fire, fire. I go put down for fire. You know me.
Thank you. I now know why you're a gender expert. You have a high threshold of patience. Thank you. Your Excellencies, it's now time for the panel conversation. Ice water. It's now time for the panel conversation. Please, if I could have a few chairs brought out here, because this ramp was not created for accessibility. Please, maybe we would move that conversation over here. Please, are there any loving officers to help Daughter of Zion? Lois Altar. Lois Altar. Lois Altar, the President of Women with Disabilities, is the moderator of this panel. She will roll in and set the conversation rolling. Baba Wale, you and Lois went out together. I'm looking for her. Lois Altar. She arrived from New York just now. Please stay this way. We have moved the conversation over here for accessibility, ease of accessibility. Lois is everything gender and everything inclusion. Lois is an award winner, social activist and social inclusion advocate. Please, a round of applause for her as she takes over and invites members of her panel.
Thank you very much, our inclusive MC. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lois. I'm from the Network of Women with Disabilities. And on this panel, we have professionals and experts on peace and security. So without further ado, I invite Barrister Mary Victor Magaji. Please, a round of applause for Barrister Mary. She is the founder and the ED of Mavic Impact Foundation, and also the Secretary General for Network of Women with Disabilities. Yeah. Thank you, Mary. Our next in line is our amazing mandate secretary, Dr. Adedayo Benjamin Slani. She's a pioneer mandate secretary for FCT Women Secretariat. Okay, she'll step out. No, I don't think. With your permission, I invite ACG Ahmed Abudorin, in charge of CBRNE. Yeah, welcome, sir. Thank you so much for being here. Next is Mr. Benro Olajuyegbe, ED, ERAI. Thank you so much for being here. And the next is Miss Yawande Bola Awopetu. Miss Yawande Bola Awopetu. Are you the one in red? Oh, okay. She's on her way. She's the head SGB Response and Gender Unit. Yes, please.
Extra microphones.
NSCDC has taught us many lessons today, that in every institution, in every organization, either private or public, you need to have a gender policy. This is a big challenge to every one of us, individually and organizationally. At this point, we should also remind ourselves of being inclusive on all our gender policy documents. Are women with disabilities included in those agendas? Are we mindful of pregnant women, the elderly, young girls, and other vulnerable groups when we're developing this policy? We are here as experts seated to respond to questions and comments. So I will start with Barrister Mary Musa. On December 1st, 2025, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Her Excellency Ayman Suleiman, launched a network for women with disabilities on peace and security. What would you say about that?
Thank you very much for the question. Well, to start with, I want to thank the Spring, initiative in collaboration with all their partners, inclusive of, the Ministry of Women Affairs, ably led by the Honorable Minister, and her establishing that Women with Disabilities Network, December 1st last year, was not just a brave step, but it was a commitment and an action to putting her deeds or her works where her mouth is. She has proven to be a very inclusive woman in policy and in practice, and that has just been one of the many ways that she has demonstrated it. It has, on our own part, as a network of women with disabilities, empowered us and provided us with the platform to be able to ventilate our own views and grievances that are peculiar to our own situation. So we welcome it and we appreciate it. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much, Barrister Mary, for that response. So next is our representative from NSCDC. This is a milestone achieved by your institution today. What are the next steps?
Well, thank you very much. The policy has been launched, and of course, as the Commander General put up the committee to launch the policy, he also put up an implementation committee to start looking at the letters of the policy to ensure that all words, letters, provisions, various sections and recommendations of the policy is fully implemented. One of those things that we are going to start doing from today, with the permission and resources already made available by the Commander General, is to ensure that we improve on our advocacy. Besides that, the policy itself is saying that we should take it to every corner, every formation of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, including our training schools, where people will learn about the policy and how to implement it. And as far as the technology is also concerned, apart from going to various formations physically, we will also deploy, technology in ensuring that that education is general. Now, the principle of the Commander General is this: if you allow things to happen and you now want to correct it, it's like you are just doing things that will not be, a kind of prevention is better than cure. For instance, a woman or a girl that is violated, that is raped, whether you send the rapist to jail will not restore the dignity of the woman. So in court, there are no justice. To us, there's no justice in court. We only have judgment. So when somebody is violated, there's no amount of numbers of years that somebody is in the prison. So that is why the CG is saying that, look, we have to keep on hammering on prevention through advocacy.
Yeah, thank you very much. Professor, based on current conflict trends, how are evolving security dynamics, including technology-facilitated gender-based violence, affected women and vulnerable groups? And what reforms are needed to ensure security institutions remain respectful of civilians' rights and effective? Our representative from Emergency Risks Alert Initiative. Please, can you put the...
Hello. I hope it's better now. Oh, I just told her that I'm not a professor. But I will leverage on the experience I've gained from the review of this particular policy and the development of the gender policy too. And that fact is this. Number one, it is possible for a policy as an organic document to expire before its expiration date. Because the context is fast changing. The type of crime, of course, I don't need to tell you that. The type of crime you are challenged with today, in terms of fighting, in terms of responding to, is not the same thing. So the world is rapidly changing. In essence, it becomes imperative for organization or institution or agency that will survive this time to continually reviewing itself, its activity, understanding the context, so that your response to issue, whether that of pure security or gender-based one, is really informed by research, by circumstance, by the environment, by the condition and circumstances of the current dynamics that is playing out. And I will give you one example. Of course, when we were discussing issues, I made mention of one thing. How do you now begin to track, if you are not trained as officers, how do you track technology-driven crime or even if it is gender-based crime, without being technology savvy yourself. Then you need to understand this, that the same way, in terms, I'm talking of the old garments of justice administration system, assuming that prevention failed, and you are able to get the person, the perpetrator of the crime. How are you going to harness your evidence? How are you going to gather your evidence? If you are not trained, if you are not capacitated as officers in the civil defense, the implication of that is that this policy focus on continual development of officers in terms of understanding the technology context in which you are operating. Crime and another example I will give now is that what happened at times, there was a time I had to train the military then, and the complaint was the issue of the wounded soldiers. The issue of the wounded soldiers, they were complaining that, of course, they created contests of use and dump. It can't happen in this era. And that is one way you can create avenue for inclusion, even without recourse to recruitment in the first place. If your officers are wounded, the next thing you think of is that he has faced occupational hazard. You can't just throw him or her away. Then what can you do? Is it an opportunity for changing occupation in terms of what can you train him to do? In this way, in the case of civil defense, if he was or she was a combatant, how do now you retrain him in a way that it becomes useful for your intelligence gathering? How do you now train him? Because look, the war of the future is not going to be fought by gun alone, but by brain, by intellect, by what you can harness, the strategy you can evolve from your ingenuity, from what you can clearly look at the environment and say that this person will be useful in doing this. How do you now retrain people despite the fact that they have been wounded, and now you reposition them in terms of alternative occupation? I use that broadly. Alternative occupation in a broader sense, in a broad sense, that in your own context, it can be that you are retraining him to still fit into your system and then achieving the demand of the policy that is talking of inclusion without rejecting him, and this is what builds a nation. You will not, because the moment somebody has made sacrifice because he's wounded, you abandon him. Of course, you are abandoning the support that people we have for their country, the type of love that we have for their country. The children of such person will not be happy from the whole assessment of the things that you have done to the parents or whatever. So, in order to create a humane service, the essence of service now is humane service. It has to connect with humanity. And it is a global thing that must be brought on board. And that has reflected in this policy. By the time you get to the area of technology, the area of how you specifically can respond to the context of technology-driven crime, technology-driven abuse, technology-driven kidnapping. You don't know technology is even driving some people have been called into various hotels, and at the end of the day, they get lost, they get kidnapped, they get killed, they get rejected, and you can hardly train them. You can hardly trace them. And that is, and one of the things that we stated here, the type of evidence you are going to gather, it should be timely, it should be fast, it's not going to be the usual one. And you must, as the moment you are getting them documented. And it's going to be more difficult in this era of AI. And that is the reason that officers like yourself must equally be trained and updated about the circumstances of the changing dynamics of crime and criminality in our environment. So technology will rule, is ruling now. is going to be more so in future. Anybody that cannot go along with it is likely to be left alone. And let me equally emphasize that even as the Civil Defense Authority will be doing their own, we have personal responsibility. That is what I used to tell people. You have to be good in your area. You can't do a lot of study online. No age is not barrier. As long as you want to improve your life, your family and everything, you can be here now and create personal security plan for your family or for your child in school. There's a way you can track. I know that for sure because I get it done. There's a way you can monitor your child from. It's not in Abuja. There's a way you can monitor your child. As long as you have his number, you have everything. You can do that for several people that are engaged in crime. So I want us to be clear about the issue of technology in this world and maybe in the world to come. In the world to come is used in the sense that I'm not talking when you transit. I'm talking here the world that will come tomorrow. So I'm sorry for taking the time.
No, it's fine. Thank you so much for raising those significant points. Thank you also for creating awareness on how to use technology and tackle security issues. Don't forget, we are discussing on inclusive security in practice, protecting women, persons with disabilities, and other vulnerable groups. NSCDC, from your operational experience, how is the NSCDC responding to emerging security issues and threats, such as technology-facilitated gender-based violence? How can you bring in AI and other tech devices to curb security issues on the lives of vulnerable groups?
Well, thank you very much. Well, talking about technology, I think the most notorious in that sector now is the issue of usage of computers and some other electronic devices to actually cause trouble. If you, those boys and girls that did drama for us, you saw how somebody was harassing somebody, you know, online, to the point that the girl was weeping and all that. Of course, not only to children, even to adults, people will be in their rooms and they will be receiving so many messages. And particularly to women, because we are talking about gender-based issue here. When you start passing insults to women, there are people who are specialized in making people just to laugh. You know, using women as objects of entertainment, saying this and that, you know, online. You read it, that boy was asking us, when you read such things, do you laugh? You don't just laugh, you just don't also reshare those things. Those are things that the Civil Defense has been educating people on, that this is a way to provide, to prevent yourself from, you know, exposing yourself to undue online, you know, harassment. And besides, apart from the what the electronic issues is doing to us, there are so many other things. Even when you are talking technology, you are also talking about all this IED and all that. So the CG just approved that we carry out mine awareness. You use some things, put some things together to make sure that, just like booby trap. So we started mine awareness campaign, and recently we just liaised with the National Youth Service Corps to allow us to be going to their camp and do this mine awareness campaign, so that people, when they even see something, we have been saying, if you see something, say something, but on the feed, I think they are also telling us now that if you say something, you will see something, because people don't even know what they have seen. So we need to educate people to know that, look, when you see a bottle of Coca-Cola, for instance, and you are seeing wire, you should know that Coca-Cola don't use wire as part of their production process. So people will know that this is more than just wristwatch. This is more than just a bottle of a mineral and all that. And as we have technology that is harassing people, of course, all over the world, people are also developing, all this counter terrorism technology and all that. For instance, in India, some young engineers now, they have developed what they call the electric bra. Electric bra that women can wear, because research has shown that when people want to rape people, even if it's not rape, they said men go for where bra is first. I don't know how far that is true. But I also know that when you touch it, when you touch that electric bra, it is capable of knocking that person down. All you need is to just activate it. It will knock the person down at least for the next 15 minutes. And the horsepower is as high as if a horse has knocked you down. In South Africa, when people think that if they rape minor, they will be cured of AIDS, some doctors and engineers came together to also develop what they call the rape axe. The rape axe is a female condom. Now, if a rapist just grab a woman, the only thing is that he will go in, but it's just one time. He cannot go in again. And when he stands up, he cannot even walk. The more you walk, the more that rape axe sinks into his manhood. So these are the things that we're also looking at. Maybe when there are available resources and when we also have more resources, all these things, NSCDs will have to go into these places and study them and probably even bring them to the country so that if you are also going to violate anybody, you will know that you are going there to commit suicide. These are the things that we keep on putting in place.
Yeah, thank you very much. I like the mind awareness concept. This will sensitize the public on the needs, the challenges, and the way forward on conflict resolutions. Barrister Mary, what are the main challenges persons with disabilities face in accessing security services and justice?
Thank you very much again for the question. Well, for me, from both my lived experience and years of advocacy over a decade, I can say that persons with disabilities face, barriers, the layers of barriers, which are most often invisible. And these barriers could range from systemic to attitudinal to structural, right? A few of them, for instance, you talk about physical and communication barriers. How many security facilities are accessible physically? A lot of stairs, but no ramps. I know that the former place we lived at NNPC quarters, opposite us was the NSCDC headquarters at Gadua there, right? And the place is not accessible. Because I went there, I had a complaint one time. I could navigate, but I imagine someone on a wheelchair wouldn't have been able to, navigate, physically. And then we talk about sign language interpreters. I'm not sure that a deaf person would approach any security, any security outfit and then have sign language interpreters readily available, to attend to you. There are no tactile signages. So if a deaf-blind person, for instance, comes in contact with any security agent, how do they communicate? So all these are, physical and communication barriers. And they're also not alternative, there are no alternatives to how persons with disabilities can communicate their grievances. So before their case is even heard, the system has already excluded them. So that's what we talk about, systemic exclusions. What about the attitudinal and credibility bias? A lot of times, you see that when a person, a survivor with disability, goes to report at any of the security facilities, most of the time, their testimonies are not believed. they would usually undermine or minimize or question or even infantilize their testimonies, thinking that the disability has somehow affected their brain or ability to put together the experience that they just, came out from. So that stereotype also has to be broken. There is also the challenge of, lack of disability-sensitive training for security agents. So how, if a person with disability approaches, for instance, they are not equipped to be able to identify the particular disability because, disability could either be visible or invisible. For instance, if a deaf person approaches, you cannot tell until the person probably starts communicating with you. If a person with intellectual disability approaches a security facility, how do they identify that this person may not be on a wheelchair, this person may not be deaf, but this person also has a disability? How do you identify that? They need to be trained to be able to identify these disabilities. Because, I always say disability is not a homogeneous group. So if we are not homogeneous, then we cannot apply a homogeneous approach. So if there are various kind of disabilities, then a one-size-fits-all would definitely not work as per emergency response. Also, there's the challenge of intersectionality vulnerability. I call it that because disability is not, it doesn't exist in isolation. So when we bring disability together in the same room with poverty or displacement or gender or even conflict, exposure, you see that the risk will multiply. And when the risk multiply, again, you cannot use a one-size-fits-all to address all the problems. You have to attend to them, bearing in mind that they all have peculiar issues. A person who has a disability in a rural setting that is probably, not financially empowered might not face the same threats as someone who is probably in the urban center and has access to more resources. So all of these intersectionalities have to be brought together and addressed and redressed, separately.
Yeah, thank you so much, Barrister Mary Victor Makaj. So, in conclusion, we've heard about marginalization in conflicts and displacement, violence and abuse, digital vulnerability, and other challenges faced by persons with disabilities that Barrister Mary just shared with us. Political exclusion, inaccessibility to information, to technology, to infrastructures, and other social inclusion activities. So, on recommendations, we need to make sure that every individual is engaged from the planning stage to the implementation stage on all security and peace services. We also need to set aside budget for security agenda and also digital protection of lives, especially women and women with disabilities. And in all our work, we should make everything inclusive and accessible. This will make sure everybody is carried along in all peace processes, that no one is left behind. Thank you very much, Spring and Tetra Tech, for giving us this opportunity. But before I drop the mic, Mr. Benro wants to say something.
Yes, what I just want to state is that particularly to government agencies like civil defense, what I want to say is that we should not be helpless in any situation. In any situation in the sense that if your environment, I'm talking of governmental environment, is disenabling you from performing your duty, there's a way you can pass your message. For instance, in 2008, I went to train the national, the equivalent of civil defense in Ghana. We were at Tamale. Yes, Tamale, in the northern part of Ghana. They were complaining about accident then. A lot of issues could cause accident. And there must be, you have been placed here to perform. The function of your being a safety agency is to reduce the accidents. One way you can reduce the accident, because you might not be able to tell the government that it's because they did construct road, it's because of this, because you are part of government. The way to pass the message, I ask them to begin to raise accountability board. Accountability board, that means that they have to do research. They have to check their data that on this particular road, maybe 50-kilometer length, they record frequent and about 50 accidents reported within a specific time. You need to put on that accountability road that many, so number of people have died on this road and everything. Based on the research you have carried out, these are the causes. Maybe potholes and everything. You are passing message to the government without actually saying that the government has failed. So you are going to look for your own potholes in civil defense and pass that message intelligently too. Because this country can no longer wait for us to be lamenting. When we have duty to perform, we must perform the duty. And there shouldn't be excuse for failure. Yes, personally, I don't like Nigeria the way it is. You are traveling, you are not safe, you can't do anything. All of us keep quiet. It's unacceptable. And we can't grow our country like that. And I pray that God will give the leadership, the knowledge, the understanding, and the courage.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, any question?
We just take 3 questions, 3 sharp questions, no comments. Straight to the point questions, please. All right. Thank you very much. Straight to the point questions. Don't go to greet the CG. He knows you've already greeted him before. Thank you.
Thank you. Like you have rightly said, I am going straight to the question. Now, in this situation whereby we have highlighted all these points and we know what to do and how to go, in a situation whereby we are considering gender and finance is the issue here, and we cannot go forward, cannot go backward, and we are able mindset to move forward, what do we do? Thank you.
What do we do with the finance? Because there is no romance without finance. Okay. My CG, that question is actually indirectly coming to you, sir. Because sometimes this money matter. Okay. Money is the big elephant in the room.
Well, we have enough work for the CG and others in the policy. So we dedicated a portion to financing your gender policy. And it's not going to, at times, it's not going, aside from budgeting for the gender team, maybe for their own operational work, in your larger budget, there are certain things we should think. And those we interacted with in the organization know that I made this emphasis. For example, I said that if you send 30 men, 30 women in this respect, equal ratio, to Kano for an operation, and you pay the same DSA, I told them that you have not paid the women because you didn't consider a lot of things. Because, of course, the men can use it, of course, to fit, because it's DSA or whatever you call it. But the women, you don't expect them to begin to use that to purchase their sanitary and everything.
Please, sir, so where do they source for the money? Point them to the money.
That is where I'm going. That is where I'm going. That is why in your gender budgeting, your budgeting must be responsive, accommodating all this. And there are certain things generally that you use, that you have to budget for them deliberately, and when they are needed, you dispense with that. The mindset I want everybody to know is that there is disparity. The vulnerability is not the same. Gender vulnerability, men and women, is different ball game. We must integrate this into our budgeting process. At the level of, it's not seeking for extra money I'm talking about now, within. And beyond that, one of the way is what brought all of us here today. There must be, you must liaise with donor partners and every other thing. There's no sin in it. Even U.S. Civil Defense, they do that too. They are founded from external source. To the extent that the law of Nigeria permits you, I will still put that. Or if there's a restraint about it, you can do that.
Thank you, sir.
Can I just add to that? Just 30 seconds, yes. So when we're talking about budgeting, I like the fact that he was specific with, the gender disparity when it comes to women, and how even if you give a man and a woman the same money, the same amount of money, because of the needs of the woman, the money is going to be less. And I want you to know, sir, that even for women with disabilities is, quote and unquote, worse. Because for a woman with a disability, she cannot move without an aid. And so when we are drafting these policies, we should make it disability inclusive such that you prioritize the need of that woman with disability. If you have an employee who has a disability, you should know that while everybody is jumping a bus, that employee cannot jump a bus. Madam Lois cannot carry her wheelchair and be jumping a bus. You and I know no Aerofy bus would wait for her to be carrying her, parking her wheelchair and going in. So because of that, her cost of living is actually going to be higher. Contrary to what people think, they think that persons with disability live on low budget. No, we actually live on high budget. Because when you spend 100 naira to transport yourself from there to here, we will be spending like 2,000 or 3,000 naira, and nobody accounts for it. Thank you.
So now I'll ask my question. Please. I want us to take this seriously. I work with, I call them single depend. And that is the NSCDC, single defense. The typical village woman would just call them single depend. I have worked with you people for a long time, and I visit your offices, your own environment, since we are discussing the gender policy. And I have discovered that there is no single environment of the NSCDC that I have visited have had gender consideration into their sanitary appliances for provisions. Eleanor was saying that this morning. How many offices have gender compliant, pardon my language, toilets, for instance? Women, whether you like it or not, will use sanitary towels. And they will have to come to work because there is no policy that allows them to stay at home within those 3, 4, 7 days when they need to use sanitary towels. And now they need to dispose them. We keep complaining that our water system toilets, closets get blocked. Every month it is blocked. But have you considered the fact that it is because there is no proper disposable system for these sanitary towels that you get those blockage on a daily basis? I challenge our CG, and I challenge all of you from the various states as you are seated here to go back and begin to implement this new policy by making provision for proper disposals of the sanitary towels that your colleagues use. It is a very fantastic starting point that you can never overestimate what comes out of it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Benro, Abu Dorin, and Barrister Mary for the brilliant ideas and recommendations they shared with us this afternoon. Thank you very much.
My CG, sir, Lois will roll her Rolls Royce right over there. Please join her over there as you take your group panel photograph. Please, a round of applause for them. I'm holding you. I can't leave you behind. Who said I won't lead you? I can never leave you behind. You're my girl. You're my sister. All right. Turn around. Rolls Royce. Thank you. My CG, sir. My Minister, Ma. Please join them. Thank you so much. Mommy Mary, please, I hand Mary over to you. Thank you. She's here. She's beside you. She's beside you. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for that panel. My CG, sir. CG Minister. My Minister, Ma. Mother of the CG, honorary mother of the CG. These things happen. Our indispensable, inimitable consultants who have done quite a great job. Our spring partners, members of the traditional institution, our ACGs, our commandants, our DCGs, thank you so much. Members from other arms of other security services who've been here very patiently, thank you very much. Madam Kemi, after today, I can sleep well. You won't call me at 11 p.m. I thank all of you for coming in and giving in your time. People say, when you give money, you have given. But the greatest gift an individual can give to you is the gift of time. They can make money back. They cannot make their time back. So please, a round of applause for yourselves. Please clap for yourself as if you love yourself. Oga, you that you're not clapping for yourself, what did yourself do to you? I have a problem. Please clap for yourself and show yourself love. Clap for yourself for being resilient, for being patient, for being progressive, for being forward-looking, for being agile, for being gender sensitive, and for being gender inclusive. Please, shall we clap for our band? The best band on the continent. The best band around the world. My CG, thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for your magnanimity. I know that in the security forces, you are not permitted to take an oath. But permit me ask all the DCGs, the ACGs, and the commandants to stand up and take an oath of implementation. Yes. Because if it must succeed, it won't succeed because you have implemented it where you are. I crave your indulgence that you all smartly rise in your uniforms. Thank you. This is the only time I'll order you to stand up. Thank you. Oblige me. Thank you very much, sir. Maoga, you the vex? Oga, no vex. Now only to rise up right hand and say that you commit to implementing this policy. Because the CG cannot do it alone. This man is one tree that cannot make a forest. Thank you, sir.
She has the power of the mic to ask everybody here to stand up, including myself, if you don't know. So if she commands you, you obey. Eh? Uh-huh. So as she has commanded, you have to stand up.
Thank you. Thank you, my CG, please, my madam, it involves you. All rise. I am doing this in your own favor. Please, shall you raise your right hand and say, I, please add your name, do commit that this gender policy will not fail. That in any way I can make it happen, I will help the CG to make it happen. So help me God. In the same vein, please take the national pledge. At the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, and we say, I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend her unity, and uphold her honor and glory. So help me God. Thank you for your time. Good night. God bless us. No, we don't take a national anthem at the end of the event anymore, according to the federal government. We take the pledge. Please remember that the QR code for partnerships are in front of your program. So according to the federal government of Nigeria, we do the national anthem once. We take the pledge at the close of an event. Thank you, my CG. Thank you. Thank you, partners. Thank you, and God bless you. My name is Glory Ohago, and it's been an honor to serve.
Tell me, say you love me, miss I'm telling my own, yeah. 2 tracks before we leave. When you read about me, fine thanks. Now I had a night today. So promise you fit to me better. Try understand, and I say, but I will not say get to my knees. Show me say you fish it. You be all gonna be for you be fine, baby, for you
starting very, very soon. We want everybody to be back in the auditorium. Immediately the Commandant General stepped in, we are going to commence the second phase of the program. All the Assistant Commandant Generals, all the Commandants, the DCGs, please, we want you here. Very, very soon we are going to kick off the second phase of this program, that is the PMS. Immediately the CG stepped in, we are going to commence the second program. We indulge everyone.
Oga, see me here. Oga, see me here. I be fine girl. Oga, see me here. Yeah, I be fine girl. Ayo, ayo, eh? Oga, Baba Wale. Ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, right now. Ayo, you be chairman, no be formality. Hey, chairman, do something. Aburege, Oga, buy me part some bell and Tuluma. All right, that's so. Ayo, ayo. Ayo, 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 for when I go into that thing, don't smoke. Thank you, NSCDC.
Person with no person, you know they keep person. If you want no person, you know go first person. I know they sick. We'll find something trouble before we fight for you know the first person. Knock not free. We go hustle now.
Hello, Auntie.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Mic check 1 2. Mic check.
Oh, yeah. Cheat. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Where's the channel? Two. Which one? So this one. Two. Two. Hello. Hello. 1 2. Good sound testing. Good sound. Sound testing. Grace sound. Grace. Grace. 1 2. No Twitter. Tweet. One. Check 1 2 2. 1 2 2 2 2. Testing 1 2. Testing the microphone. It's busy. Testing. Grace. Auntie Grace sound. This Grace, not Grace. Oh, amazing Grace. Grace 1 2 2. Grace 1 2 2. Sound check. Lead microphone. Lead mic. Grace 1 check. Sound check. Grace 2. Grace 2. Grace 2. Grace. Amazing Grace. 2. Hello.
2001, 2015 Quality Management System. This evening, the title of the topic you'll be treating is Strategic Imperative for Performance Management System in the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. So may I respectfully call the Commandant General, ably represented by the DCG Technical Services, talking about DCG Zakari Ningi, FDC. A big round of applause for him as we give the welcome address.
The Deputy Commandant General in charge of administration, DCG Adienka Fazui Ayla, Deputy Commandant General in charge of operations, DCG Pilif Ayuba, Zonal Commanders, Assistant Commandant Generals, State Commandants and other State Commandants here present, ladies and gentlemen. My protocol will not be complete without actually recognizing our partner in progress, the consultant, for this very interesting program from the Federal Road Safety Corps. I want to recognize you and appreciate you. The PSO to the Commandant General. On behalf of the Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, MNI OFR, I have the singular honor and privilege to welcome you to this one-day executive training on performance management system with the theme Institutionalizing Performance Management for Accountability, Efficiency, and Operational Excellence in the NSCDC. To some of us that may not be familiar with what performance management system is, it is basically a continuous structured framework designed to align employee goals with organizational strategies. And it involves certain monitoring and evaluation employee performance through regular feedbacks and appraisals to drive productivity and development. The performance management system was actually adopted by the federal government to replace the former manual system that was used to appraise agencies. It was on that note that the Commandant General felt it wise to actually ensure that Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps is not left behind. Some of you may be aware we had series of trainings and retreat. Last year we had one at Zuma Resort where DCGs, ACGs, and some other senior officers of the Corps were trained on this PMS. It may interest you to note that this is a contract agreement between the President and the Minister of Interior, and in return, the Minister of Interior also called the CGs who also signed the same contract with the Honorable Minister of Interior. After the Zuma Rock Resort retreat, there was another retreat led last year at the Abdurrahman Bello Dambazau Hall, where at the end of that training, Deputy Commandant Generals also signed a contract with the Commandant General. It was in line with that direction. The Commandant General felt it wise to invite you today so that we can brainstorm and also pass the information to all of you so that you can also go back to your various formations and pass the same information. So without much ado, like I said, I have the singular honor and privilege to welcome you to this program. It is the hope of the Commandant General that you pay attention. We are aware of the stress. We have been sitting here since morning. It is understandable, some of us are elders, but please, this is very, very important. So I want to please appeal to you to give it all the necessary attention and the time that is required of you, so that at the end of it, you can go with an understanding of the whole concept of this performance management system. I want to also congratulate you for being privileged to be among those selected for this program. On that note, on behalf of the CG, Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, MNI OFR, I declare this one-day training open. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Not to waste our time, let me quickly call on our resource person, Chief Route Commander FRSC, Matthew C. Hoike, the Core Project Implementation Officer, National Headquarters. A big round of applause for him as he steps on the podium.
The Commandant General, ably represented by DG Technical, other DGs here present, the ACGs, very senior officers of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. Good afternoon, sir. It's my pleasure to share this moment with you today and also use the opportunity to share some insights on the performance management system. Well, let me first of all congratulate you on the successful launch of the Gender Policy 2, which is a significant step to the realization of the mandate of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. What we are going to discuss today is nothing but a structure, an effective structure that will ensure that every program and activities that the Corps has articulated will succeed. Because without effective structure, no matter how laudable your program may be, it may just end on paper. So I understand that it has been a long day, but gradually we'll roll in and we'll have some understanding that will justify the time that we have spent today. So by way of understanding, can we see the slide? So I titled it Strategic Imperative for Performance Management System in Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. Having been mandated by the federal government to implement performance management system in all the MDAs, the Corps has no excuse but to start the implementation proper. And we cannot stand it except everybody is on the same page. And that is what we are doing today. So I said that modern public institutions are increasingly not being judged by activities or intentions, but they are being judged by measurable results and service outcomes. The program has been launched today. What people will judge going forward is what the Gender Policy 2 was able to achieve at the end of the day. They might have watched it on television. They might have gotten a copy of the policy. But what will interest them most is this policy that has been launched today. What is the impact? What is the outcome? How do we measure that you're doing exactly what you have articulated in that document to do? So for a frontline organization like the Civil Defense, the effectiveness and accountability and responsiveness is no longer an optional value, but it's an operational necessity. You must be held accountable to every assignment that you have been given. So it's not an optional value. It is a necessity. It's compulsory. It's mandatory. You must account for every assignment that is given to you. And from that assignment, you will be measured whether to move forward or not. That is what performance management system is all about. So from the upper, the federal government has adopted the new performance management system. So it's a new era that has been introduced. But this performance management system aligns the institutional goals with individual responsibilities. It is no longer the era where individual staff will be going right and the organization itself will be going left. There must be a nexus. There must be a connection. And so that is why performance management system will tie the individual responsibility, the day-to-day activities of individuals to the national goal. Whatever the mandate of civil defense is, it must be broken down to individual responsibilities. If that connection is not there, the organization may have laudable goals, but the staff are not being carried along and they have their individual goals. And so, PMS for civil defense is a strategic instrument. A strategic instrument that will be a tool for improving discipline, professionalism, and accountability. It's not just an appraisal tool as many people will look at it. And that is why the APA failed, because many saw it just as an appraisal tool. Many saw it as a ritual. So it failed to live up to expectation. But the new PMS is a strategic instrument for improving discipline, professionalism, accountability, responsiveness. Whatever thing it takes as core attribute of officers to achieve results, that is what PMS stands for. And so I say it creates a culture where operational outcomes, accountability, and measurable impact become the basis of assessment, reward, and every other thing that the organization will deem fit to give to the officers that are outstanding. And so if you throw away performance management system and you want to evaluate the officers that have lived up to expectation, that assessment will be subjective. That assessment may not stand the test of time. That assessment may be regarded as one picking his favorite. But when performance management system structure is in place, the basis for assessment will be fair and be transparent to all. And that is what the organization wants to achieve by adopting performance management system. So let's lay the background. Like I said, the new performance management system replaced the APA. But what was the problem with the APA? The simple problem with the APA was that it refused to deliver the meaningful improvements due to structural and weak structures. Weak structures. Weak structures. The operators did not take into consideration objectivity. The APA became like a paperwork that anybody can use to score anybody the way he likes. Because in the first place, there was no target that was set. In the first place, there was no contract that was signed. In the first place, there were no initiatives that were articulated. So my assessment of my subordinate is based on how I feel about him. My assessment of my subordinate may just be my personal relationship with him. How he has been able to service my own personal needs. And so the APA failed because of that operational weakness. So, for this reason, there are many things that the system suffered in the old APA. And one of them is the poor alignment between the national plans and the institutional strategies, as well as the individual job responsibilities. Like I said, the new performance management system aligns the institutional goals with individual responsibilities. If the cleaner knows that his responsibility has an impact to achieving the organizational goal, he will take his job more seriously. If the driver knows that his activity has a great impact on the realization of the organizational goal, he will be more responsible. But in a situation where he is regarded as nobody, he exhibits characters that can affect the system greatly. The program was held today. Very senior officers had their drivers on duty to take them to this place. Peradventure, the drivers decided unanimously to create a situation where the very senior officers will realize their role and refuse to come out. It will have great impact on the achievement of today's program. True of us. So, we saw situations where cleaners started coming to work when their guys have arrived. And decided to tell some of them to raise their legs so that they can sweep the room, because he never saw his assignment as a very critical component of that organizational goal. We saw situations where the dispatch clerks decided to put some critical memos inside their drawer just because it was 4 p.m. and they don't see the reason why they should add extra time. Because he never thought that that singular memo has something to contribute to the realization of the organizational goal. So it is a consciousness and a wake-up call for every staff of the organization to say, whatever your assignment is, no matter how insignificant you think it is, we need that your contribution for us to realize our mandate. And that is the message that each and every one of us today will take home and become like a change agent that will sensitize the minds of our staff that everybody is needed for the corps to realize his mandate. Whoever that is left behind may come back to hurt us in the realization of this goal if we are not careful. And so there was the absence of this alignment in the ODAPA. There was also weak monitoring and reporting system, right from the lowest cadre to the top cadre. The assessment was subjective. It couldn't be verified. Many supervisors cannot account how they scored their subordinates 90% because there was no basis for the rating. So consequently, the performance assessment became routine paperwork. He couldn't deliver on the aims and objectives of introducing that particular program. So for operational agencies such as NSCDC, security and emergency response functions require precision, timeliness, and measurable outputs. As the mandate and the core functions of the civil defense is enlarging, there is a need for the organization to bucket its activities into targets. As I flip through the gender policy, I was thinking in my mind, how can we craft key performance indicators for each of the activities? Because if it's not done, we may not be able to track the achievements recorded in the gender policy. I was curious about it. I was flipping to see the page that contains that, but I couldn't see. But nevertheless, we are starting on a right foot today, because with the institutionalization of performance management system, most of the programs that have been launched will have key performance indicators that will enable us to track whether we are making progress or not. And like I said before, no matter how laudable your program is, if it is not measured, it may not be done. It may be a situation where everybody thinks that somebody is doing something, and at the end of the day, we just discover that nobody was doing anything actually. Because as I was thinking that Officer A was working on it, Officer B was thinking that Officer C was working on it, And Officer D was thinking that Officer E was working on it. And at the end of the day, we gathered only to find out that nobody worked on it. And so, performance management system, we create a structure that will hold everybody accountable. And that is why we call it a responsibility person. For every activity, there must be a responsibility person. It may be a team. It may be a group of people. Their names may not be mentioned, but there must be one person that will give account of what happens relating to that particular assignment. There have been previous efforts that have been made by federal government to hold MDAs accountable. And one of them is the 1974 Udoji Commission. It introduced management by objectives. Federal government thought of jump-starting the MDAs, trying to rejig the civil service so that through the civil service, the nation can achieve meaningful progress. It was launched, it was initiated, but it never achieved the set targets. So in 2003, the Savicom initiative was launched for the same purpose. And today, many of us are still battling with that singular initiative. It is about service delivery. Is it about prompt response to whatever services that you need to render? But we can ask ourselves that the various Savicom units in the various organizations, have they delivered on their mandate? If I have any problem now, and I reach out to the Savicom unit and make my complaint, can I be rest assured that that complaint will be addressed adequately? Many people have also even forgotten the service compact with Nigerians, that is the Savicom. Many people in that unit have also forgotten even the core functions of the unit. And so we ask in many organizations where we go and find a problem, we say, do you have Savicom unit? And they say, yes, it exists on paper, but it's not living up to the maximum expectation. So in 2010, the federal government came up with performance contracting with the ministers. So every minister must sign a performance contract. And these are the things that you're going to do. It was a laudable initiative, but did they achieve results? The answer is no. In 2019, the federal government also reintroduced the performance contract, thinking that this time around, it will put the ministers on their toes and everybody will get to work. But yet, today we are still battling with some of the problems that have been bedeviling the country. And so with all these efforts, and observing that in some of these performance contracts, that the MDAs have been left behind, the federal government now introduced the Federal Civil Service Implementation Plan. And this implementation plan is what has been cascaded to all the MDAs to follow, of which the NSCDC is one of them. Before this plan came into place, the Federal Road Safety Corps has already introduced the performance management system to assist them in realizing their corporate goals. And that they have implemented for 16 years now. We will look at that. So what is this plan? The plan is that MDAs will begin to have performance plan at the beginning of every year. It's no longer enter the new year rolling in what we have been doing last year without measuring where you are coming from. Just continue with the routine activities and not knowing where you are coming from and where you're going. So the implementation plan expects that you sit down to evaluate what you have done the previous year so that you'll be able to come up with what your plan for the year. That must align with your mandate. So the era of confusion should end with the introduction of performance management system. The era of duplication of effort should end with the implementation of performance management system. The era of grabbing works that are not necessarily ours ends with performance management system. The performance management system package everybody towards one direction, from the least staff to the highest staff. So the implementation plan also requires that there will be regular reviews on monthly basis, on quarterly basis of what you are set out to do. If you don't check what you are doing, you may not know at the end of the day what you are doing actually. So the review is part of it. Objective appraisals of both your organization, the departments, the commands, and individual staff. My boss said one thing, he said, we won't have an organization where every staff is scoring A and the organization is scoring C. It means the appraisal is not objective. So if we say that every staff of the NSCDC is doing well, performing excellently well, in our performance appraisal form, that is what is called now, no longer APA, performance appraisal form. In our performance appraisal form, every staff is scoring A. But on the corporate performance scorecard, the organization is scoring C. What is the problem? Who is fooling who? The only reason why you will have that result is that there is no objective appraisal. That is to say, every staff is seeing himself as an excellent staff, but we are not doing what we are supposed to do to make sure that the organization achieves its results. And so we can't have an organization where if we put it in a public opinion, they score the organization low. But every staff in that organization is scoring A in his performance appraisal form. So the appraisal must be objective. For the appraisal to be objective, there must be documented evidence of work done. That is why I said the problem with the old APA is that there is no benchmarking. There is no contract. There was no target set. So the appraisal was based on individual understanding of the staff that you are appraising. But in the PMS, your appraisal is based on the work done and the evidence that you have presented for that work done. That is to say, it is not enough to say, I have done the work. You must support that with an empirical evidence that you have done it. So it behoves on individual staff to record every task accomplished. Because your appraisal is like a defense. It's no longer casual, as been done before, because you may be presented with a situation where your supervisor will say you have not done anything. You may be presented in a situation where you really need to bring evidence of the things you have done because your supervisor have already scored you 0 for reasons best known to him. He may see you as somebody who is making motion without movement. He may see you as somebody who is busy but not achieving anything. And so the only way you will tell him that your busy step has generated result is the evidence that you have to tell him this is what I have done. So that is what the new PMS requires. There must be evidence. It's evidence-based. There must also be improvement plans because the essence of the review is for you to check where you are not getting it and plug those holes before the end of the year. So you must have that improvement plan to make adjustment where you're not meeting your target. There must be feedback and there must also be grievance addressing mechanism. The new APA gives room for appeal in situations where the supervisor has appraised his subordinate partially or with ill intent. Probably your supervisor don't like your face. You have been doing well, but he has made up his mind that you're not moving forward. Because the new PMS is the baseline, like I have said, for reward and organizational growth, career progression. So if it forms the basis for your career progression, and you have a supervisor that said, as far as I'm sitting here, you're not moving anywhere, then you really need to equip yourself with everything and assignment that you have done. But in a situation that it fails, the new PMS makes provision for you to appeal. The appeal is not a confrontation. The appeal is not a fight with your boss. The appeal is just to ask and plead for the higher authority to look at this thing the second time. And where that is established, the supervisor is punished. Because assessment is not based on personality. Assessment now is based on job done. Assessment is not based on the previous occurrences that you had with your subordinate, but it's based on what he has achieved as far as that his duty is concerned. So we have situations where some supervisors and subordinates were dragging on something, not worthy to mention, and it was brought in the appraisal process. And the subordinates were just scoring 2, 1, 2, where everybody knew that this person is a very hard-working staff. And so when it came to the review committee, of course, they know everybody and they have been observing the staff and said, why would this staff score this? And the supervisor was looking for words to justify the score. And thank God the subordinate was well armed, knowing fully well there was a battle ahead. He came with evidence of the work he has done. And those scores were obtained and the supervisor was punished. That is the system that is being introduced. In a situation where staff are not being witch hunted, But everybody is being appraised based on what he has been able to achieve in the realization of the organizational mandate. So what is this PMS? I say it's a continuous process of planning, monitoring, reviewing, evaluating, and improving on the targets that have been set, or in some instances, strategic objectives. What we are looking at is the performance of the individual that culminate to the organizational performance. How do we plan to achieve our target? How do we monitor it? How do we institutionalize a review mechanism that will help us to check where we are making progress and where we are not, so that we will be able to realize our strategic objective? That is what performance management system is all about. It's a continuous process. It's like a cycle. As you're finishing for the year, you are already enunciating the goals for the next year. But you have to be intentional about it. You have to channel all the energy to implementing this. Otherwise, after some time, you will see it as a routine assignment, and you begin to drop the ball. That is what performance management system is all about. It's a structured framework ensuring that clear targets, measurable outcome, responsive leadership, evidence-based decisions, and improved service delivery is achieved. So for NSCDC, it's a command responsibility and leadership instrument. For PMS to be instituted, the leadership must own the process. It starts from the top. In quality management system, we say that leadership must demonstrate commitment. In performance management system also, we expect that the leadership will demonstrate commitment. And thank God it's a paramilitary organization, so order and directives become easy to follow. So why is PMS critical now? It's critical because the functions of this NSCDC are increasing every day. Every day. We just launched just one policy, gender policy. And if you look at that document, you discover that the task there is very enormous. To achieve what is written in that document will require a whole lot of effort, both physically and financially. So the tasks are increasing. How do we manage these tasks that are increasing? Another one may come up tomorrow, who knows? I decided to just do a mental calculation of the number of schools in Nigeria when the Corps launched the Safe School project. And I started wondering how many staff are in NSCDC to cover all the schools in Nigeria. If we decide to deploy everybody, no matter your rank, to all the schools, I don't think the Corps will cover. We are just talking about schools. I'm not talking of public infrastructure. We're just talking just school. I'm not talking about the VIPs. I'm not talking about the joint operation with the military and the police. So you discover that the job is increasing. And the only way we'll be able to manage this and come out with our head high is the institutionalization of performance management system. There is no other way out. Because like I said, we need to bucket these functions. If we don't do it, we will be overwhelmed. At some point, we may discover that we are focusing on one area and avoiding so many other areas. So that is why the PMS is very critical. Even as the job functions are increasing, the resources are limited. So you are expected to do more with little. You are expected to be more creative. You are expected to think outside the box. You are expected to leverage on your stakeholders to fund so many large-level projects. How are you going to do it? You can only do it when you have established the PMS that international partners will see and know of a certain where you are heading to. That is what PMS will help you to achieve. For any stakeholder that you will call beckon on to assist you, he will want to see the roadmap of every of your projects. He will want to see the successes that you have recorded in the time past. He will want to see the impact that that project has made before he will come to collaborate with you. Nobody wants to recognize with a failed project. Nobody wants to donate money to somebody who is not going anywhere. If somebody comes to you now and said, I need 50,000, the next question you ask the person, what do you want this 50,000 naira for? If the person cannot state in clear terms what he needs the 50,000 for, I don't think you will be able to give him, no matter how generous you are. And so every partner wants to see, what have you done? Where are you coming from? From what you have done, where are you going? Then what are the strategies you have put in place to reach that place you have said you are going? Immediately that is done, they will key in. The gender policy, as laudable it is, for partners to come up, they must look at that policy and tell you to break it down to measurable outcome. They will want to see the key performance indicators. What will show that we have achieved this result at the end of the day? Before they will come in. So that is why the organization needs PMS. Why does NSCDC need PMS? They command complexity. We have structures. And as we are expanding, we are creating more structures. There are other names that will still come up as the function demands. You may have a headquarter, the commands, both the zonal command, the sector command, the unit commands, the area commands, the schools. But as the work is increasing, there are other structures that will come. And so there must be a framework to measure what each of these formation is doing and align whatever thing that formation is doing to the organizational goal so that our mandate can be achieved. Otherwise, we may be in the same house and be living in different quarters. We may see a situation where a head of formations will begin to assume a responsibility of the Commander General without them realizing it. You may see a situation where there will be a huge gap between the national headquarters and the field commands. And so whatever other narrative you give from the national headquarters is not cascaded down to the field commands. There is a gap. And it's like the national headquarters is facing this side and the field commands are facing the other side. And so that is why you need the performance management system. So what is this part? I say without PMS, efforts are activity-based. And that is the problem we are having in the Nigerian society. I'm sure to say that if you tune in any station now, you see so many activities going on in different states of Nigeria. Some are commissioning roads. Some are doing Thanksgiving for 50 years. Some are launching one book or the other. Some are engaged in one program or the other that At the end of the day, you begin to wonder, what is the impact of this? And if you now understand the amount of resources that have been devoted for that program, you now begin to wonder, do we actually have a strategic plan of going anywhere? You mean a road to be constructed, you first of all do a commissioning and put a tape to commission the road. The road have not started. Then when you build it halfway, you put a tape again to commission the one you have built. Then when you take another 1 kilometer, you commission it again. By the time you are coming for the third one, the first one you built has spoiled. And at the end of the day, nobody sat down to measure this project, was it completed or not? And so the next person comes and decides to open another road, leaving that one. What is the problem? The problem is that there is no structure and there is no roadmap. Everybody wakes up and do whatever thing he likes. Nobody is evaluating, nobody is measuring. And our problems remain our problems. So without PMS, resources are wasted. They are wasted. Because everybody is working across purposes. You're doing another thing, this person is doing a different thing. Whereas, if all of us sit down to plan, we will pull our resources together and achieve much with the little resources that we have. Without PMS, performance cannot be measured. But with PMS, we can measure results. We'll be able to ascertain whether this activity has any impact or not. Because from the onset, we have seen the key performance indicators. So it has given us an idea what to expect at the end of the day. Like so, if we don't see that, then it is not done. But if we're able to see it, we know that it's done. If we're able to see even half of it, we know that it's 50% achieved. So we can put a score on it. Because there is a plan and there is a key performance indicator. So the decisions are objective because they are evidence-based decisions. So they are very objective. And the productivity will increase and the morale will also increase. So what are the benefits? In the mind of the federal government for introducing this performance management system, the first thing that they want to achieve is how to align individual duties to the organizational goal. How to align individual duties to organizational goal. This is a very big problem. If you're sensitive, you discover that from COVID-19, the civil service is yet to recover. Suddenly, civil servants discover that the office can actually run without them being present. And so it's difficult for you to go to any organization now and record 100% attendance. Very, very difficult. It's difficult for you to go to any organization by 4 p.m. and see everybody seated. Very, very difficult. And so the structure of COVID-19 has not actually vanished. Rather, it has become a standard. And people don't see any reason of going to office because they don't actually take it that they are coming to office, contributes anything for Nigeria to move forward. So presently we are finding it difficult to connect the activities of the MDAs to the national growth. If Nigeria should move forward, what is the civil service contribution for Nigeria to move forward? Because our measurement and our evaluation now is on the politicians. If any state is doing well, they say the governor is doing well. Nobody will say the civil service is effective. Nobody cares who is the director, what he's doing. Nobody cares what the PAMSEC is doing. Everybody say the governor is doing well. What it means now is that the civil service framework is not regarded. And that gap is because of the lack of the performance management system institutionalization in our administration. Because in the real sense, it is the activities of the civil servants that will culminate to the performance scorecard of the governor. So whatever policies and initiatives that the governor has, he cascades it down to the MDAs. The MDAs will now take it, make the individual staff to draw it, and for them to contribute their own quota to the state realizing its objective. And so, but in a situation where the MDAs are the other side, the politicians are the other side, that is the problem. And so, but we cannot get it right until we begin to address the organizations one by one, the MDAs. Let us implement PMS. Then it will come up as the performance scorecard of that state. The second objective or benefit is to strengthen accountability. Like I said, when everybody is doing one thing, nobody is doing it. There must be a responsibility person for each activity that is to be carried out in the organization. We want to check the document and see who is in charge of the gender policy. And inside the gender policy, how many staff have been assigned responsibility for all the activities outlined there? So that at the end of the day, when we want to do review, we'll be able to call on that same staff and say, please, can you give us a report on what you have done as regards this activity? If we don't do that, then at the end of the day, nothing will be achieved. The benefit is that it will enhance development. Because in the performance appraisal form, it gives you a room to really know the strength and the weaknesses of your subordinate. So when you identify that capacity gap, you'll be able to make a development plan to improve their capacity. You have appraised your staff and you discover that he's not knowledgeable in IT, and you need that competence for you to perform your assignment in that office. The next thing is to schedule him for that capacity building program. So the low score you gave him there is not to bring down his morale or to just judge him that he has not contributed anything, but it's for you to find a way of improving him. So there will be measurable targets. Let me run now. And it promotes fairness, like I said in the appraisal, and support digital governance as the NSCDC will move from the paper to the digital appraisal system. And so let us look at the people that have done this for the past 16 years and look at their structure. There is no need to reinvent the wheel, and the experience, they say, is a compass of progress. So for 16 years, the Federal Road Safety Corps has been practicing performance management system. When the Federal Civil Service wanted to start this, they came to the FRSC to have an insight of how to start and the steps to be taken, and the success story that has been recorded in the implementation of the performance management system. And so today, the civil defense can leverage on that experience to implement their own. And so what is that model? The model is from top to bottom. The top to bottom is from the national mandate. The Federal Road Safety Corps is under the supervision of the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and every year the office gives FRSC targets. So at the initial stage, it was all about meeting the target. The target can be crash, just reduce the RUTC data by 20%, 30%. And so all you need is just to fill in that form. Look at the record last year. Look at this year. Is it reduced by 30%? You fix it there. And that was what they were doing until they introduced PMS. And PMS helped them to achieve more than the target and now make the system to improve. And so you can see that the targets are being set to MDAs. But some MDAs are just filling the targets. But they have not taken time to institutionalize PMS so that it will help the organization to grow. So the choice is theirs anyway. So from top to bottom, you have the national mandate, you have the corporate strategy, you have the command target and the individual target which they put as their job binder. But this journey started step by step. And the first thing they did is what we are doing today, to secure the buy-in of the top management. Like I said, leadership must demonstrate commitment. Except we here gather and decide and say, this PMS must work, then it will be difficult to implement it. We must agree at the end of this session that this performance management system is the new way to go. We don't have a choice, and it must be implemented. So we begin to drive it in our various formations. If we show apathy to it, it will work. So that was done. Then awareness and training was conducted across the country nationwide, and they now designed and developed their appraisal tools, which is unique to them. And so what NSCDC will also do after adopting the performance management system is to develop their own appraisal tools that is unique to them. Because the appraisal tools is not only talking about meeting the target, it also look at the core attributes of the individual staff that will help them to achieve that. And so if you're telling your staff to do A or B, and you're not looking at his disposition, his character, his competence in that area, then you will not have an objective assessment at the end of the day. So you have to develop the appraisal tool that suits your own organization. What are you looking at? What are the competencies that you're looking at? You have plenty of the job-specific competencies. You also have the generic organizational competencies. You also put into place the leadership competencies for very senior officers. So because they need it for them to achieve the result they are expecting of them. And so that was done, and from then, every year, the FRSC comes up with their strategic goal. And this year, they have rolled out 3 goals, which has to do with achieving 10% of the reduction in road traffic fatality and injuries. And they also tend to enhance their strategic partnership and stakeholder engagement to fund 30% of their programs. And the third one is to enhance the capacity of their staff. They are looking at 50% capacity building of their staff on data management. And so that is the goal. And these goals will be cascaded to all the formations, and everybody will begin to key in to achieve that organizational goal. And so in 2013, they now moved to digital. So the performance appraisal form is no longer paper. It's now digital. You log in with your email, and it takes you to your APA. You fill your APA, the necessary information, and you appraise yourself. You score yourself, 100 over 100, and you send it to your supervisor to also score you. And after he has scored you, it will be sent to the review committee that will now sit down and look at what the 2 people have done and come up with what is called final score. If you are not certified, then the state staff can appeal. So the structure is that that goal must be formed. That is their first structure. At the end of every year, they have what they call strategy session, similar to what we are having today, to look at what they have done last year in relation with the goals they have set. And so they will now come up with this goal. So what informed the corporate goal for this year was as a result of the review that was done for the past year results. So that is what they will now inform them to come up with the corporate goal. And some of the key result areas that they always look at is the patrol effectiveness. You remember that whenever you're doing enforcement, you have the public to face. You have the public to face. If you are doing charity work, you may not have problem. But in a situation where you want to stop people from doing what they think they can do, you will definitely have to have problem. And so the public opinions, the surveys, the human perception index, and all instruments that you can use to find out whether you're doing well or not have to be in place. So they look at the enforcement activities, their response time, the rescue operations. These are the key result areas. Then you will not overlook the core attribute that has to do with timeliness, quality of service delivery, and process efficiency. So when you look at the performance appraisal form, you will see things like personal organization. You will see things like bearing and grooming. You will see things like leadership attributes. You will see things like writing skills, verbal communication skills, technical writing skills, arbitration skills, facilitation skills, auditing skills in some instances. So these are the things that are found in that form to ensure that at the end of the day, you have checked that staff all around and you have come up with what the staff should score in such a way that even if you have not seen that staff before, from his form, you'll be able to know the kind of staff he is. And so if I pick Abubakar's performance appraisal form, it will give me information that I need concerning Abubakar. I don't need to see him. And so what it requires is that you have to be objective so that you don't paint somebody black when he's not. So that you don't also say somebody is good when he is not. Punctuality, you give the person 100 over 100 when you know that this person hardly even show up. Writing skills, you give the person 100 when you know that this person cannot write. In fact, he has been dodging you because of the memo you gave him the last time. ITC skills, you gave him 100 when you know he can't even own a computer. And so, in the organization, when people write that they need computer operators, we look at the upper of all the staff in that command and say, in your command, all the people scored 100 over 100 in IT skills. So how come you're looking for computer operator? Use the efficient staff that you have in that command. That is objective assessment. So, what do? They have what we call performance planning and contracting. Every staff has job binder. Some people call it performance contract. Some people call it job order. Not job order, job description. But the FRSC calls their own job binder. They decided to use that word because they want you to use your hand to bind yourself. So it's a situation where you yourself, having looked at the strategic initiative of your office, says this is what I'm going to do to contribute my own quota. And your supervisor will look at it and say, what you have crafted is good, and sign. And you sign. It has become what? Job binder. So from that day, it cannot be changed again. So if by any reason you discover that where you have binded yourself, you need to unbind yourself, you have to go and meet your supervisor and tell him reasons why he should unbind you. So because there was a situation where the computer operator that was typing for everybody decided to remove one name and inserted her name just to meet up with time. And she never knew that that was the job binder of a driver. And so when it was time for appraisal, they say, you say you will be driving the sector commander Alpha. Say she's not a driver. But that is what you said you do. So everybody has a job binder. Whether you're a cleaner, whether you're a driver, you must outline what you're going to do this year. So they do continuous monitoring by the strategic offices, which I believe that the NSCDC will institute. What is not monitored is not done. There must be an office that monitors the strategic initiative of departments, commands, and all formations to ensure that it's being done. They also have automated system now where the APA is online because of the vast nature of the command structure. So everybody, there are some people that are in some far villages, so everybody can log in anywhere and fill his APA. No longer carrying paper, looking for your supervisor up and down. So, and this APA now is linked to your promotion. So as the organization is organizing promotion exercise now for senior officers, the first thing that will be recorded is your score in your performance appraisal form. It's part of your promotion. So tying it to that promotion has made it necessary for everybody to take it serious. Because you know if you don't have the form, then there will be no promotion. What were the critical success factors? The Corps Marshal took it upon himself to run the project. He took it as his personal project. And he appointed an officer in the Corps Project Implementation Office to be his eye in every formation, in every department, anywhere that we have a structure. He said the Corps Project Implementation Office should monitor. And so it's from the office of the Commander General that PMS can be enforced. Because anytime they see the Corps Project Implementation Office, they see the Corps Marshal. So everybody takes it serious. Because it's as if the Corps Marshal came with them. So that was the first critical success factor. The second one is training and sensitization, which is very, very key. I don't have all the time to tell us everything about performance management system today. I'm just scratching the surface. But when it's time for training of every staff on PMS, it has to be detailed. Because everybody must understand it. If they don't understand it, you have lost them and you cannot implement it. The cleaner must understand it. The driver must understand it. The computer operator must understand it. If they cannot find their role in the PMS, you have lost them and it will be difficult for you to implement. So much training and sensitization must be done. And when that is achieved, you will now begin to think of automating it so that the people in the various difficult areas will not be left behind. People in the bush can stay in the bush and fill their form and send. So everybody can be appraised wherever they are. And this appraisal form has been linked to promotion. So if you don't do well in the appraisal, then you can't qualify to sit for promotion. For the senior officers, that the redneck officers, they have the Part C in the appraisal form. That Part C is the leadership and management competencies. So if you fail the Part C, it will be difficult for you to receive any appointment. So tying it to reward and promotion has made everybody to sit up in PMS. Then the continuous monitoring is. So where does NSCDC model fit into FRSC model? Both of the organizations are uniform organizations. And like I said, it's easier to implement in a paramilitary organization than in the normal civil service. Because in normal civil service, everything is argued. I've witnessed one of the activities, and it was as if I was in a law court. Just simple promotion, whether this person should sit for the promotion or not. We sat for 3 hours, and they were quoting public service rule as if they are quoting scriptures, including pages. And what marveled me was how I was thrown out by just one single quotation that somebody cited. I was enjoying the discussion, but the person raised an observation and said, in the civil service there is a provision for this and this and this, and FRSC is not part of it. Therefore, this said person should not be in the meeting after sitting for 3 hours. So it's very difficult to implement anything in the civil service. They will argue, they will quote, they will defend. But in the paramilitary setting, it's other narratives. The Commander General has said everybody will follow. So it's very easy to implement, because they kept on asking us, how did you do it? We say the Corps Marshal directed, and that was it. Whether you frown your face, or whether you like it or not, you must. When they called all the sector commanders, all the zonal commanders, and said, this is what I want. That was all. Everybody was running helter-skelter. No argument. There is no excuse. You must not fail. If you fail, you will be held accountable. Then everybody followed. So it's very easy to implement PMS because it's a paramilitary setting. Then the command structure of both organizations look alike. We have the national headquarters, we have the zonal command, the sector command, the unit command, and the station offices. The station offices are the ones in the local government. And so it's similar. We have other formations like the training institutions and all. So if we're able to cascade it across all these formations, then it's easy also for NSCDC to do so. When you look at the operational and administrative mix, it's the same. Because some will say, how do you implement PMS? For somebody that is guiding schools. Very simple. Is to look at his environment, articulate his KPIs, and measure him with it. So there is no assignment that cannot be bucketed. No assignment. Even if the person is inside the forest, you can craft his KPI for being in the forest. So we have that operational and administrative mix. Then the discipline culture must be there as a paramilitary. Indiscipline is not tolerated at all. It's order and directives. Sit down, yes sir. Stand up, yes sir. You don't have any option. So discipline is the key word. Then government accountability, like I said, the office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation always give us targets. And I believe that the Minister of Interior has also started giving you targets. I was privy to that target, and as far as I'm concerned, that target was a very low target. And the reason may be because they don't really understand your workload. The work is enormous, and achieving that target is a simple task. And so if you focus on just giving them results based on that target, it will not improve your system. The best thing is to institute PMS, and you'll be able to surpass that target that I give it to you, and also improve your system. So that government accountability is there. It may be increasing, but whatever percentage they allot to you, as a result of this PMS, you will surpass that expectation. So we also have field-based operations, like I've said. So what are the recommendations now for the adaptation of PMS? What we may need to do is to replace our own patrol with asset protection and emergency response. The crash reduction in NSCDC can be incident reduction, and the traffic enforcement in FRSC can turn to compliance enforcement in NSCDC. And there are so many other key result areas that you can come up even as you begin to implement this PMS. What is the cycle? The cycle is to start planning. You have to start by planning. You have to execute that assignment and that target that you have set for yourself. Then monitor it, evaluate it, and put a reward system in place for people that meet the target. Where reward system is not available, people will not see the reason to push themselves. What are the benefits we are looking at? We are looking at aligning these individual responsibilities now to the corporate mandate of NSCDC. Every staff should be able to know that the mandate of NSCDC has been cascaded into corporate goals. You cannot achieve all the mandate in 1 year. The only thing is to break it down. When you look at the NRSS, the new NRSS is talking about achieving 50% reduction of ROTC. The FRSC cannot achieve that in 1 year. So the only thing they have to do is to begin to take it step by step and say, okay, this year we are going to achieve 10%. Next year we are going to achieve 20%. Next 2 years we are going to achieve 30%. So that in 2030 they will be able to achieve 50%. So what is the mandate of NSCDC? Then can we break them into yearly corporate goals? So when it's broken into yearly corporate goals, let's begin to now articulate strategic initiative to achieve that. That is what this PMS is all about. We need now to introduce measurable KPIs. Like I said, for all that we have inserted in that gender policy, we must develop key performance indicators for it. Otherwise, we may come back next year and be telling stories. It has been launched. What Nigerians are expecting now, what are the outcomes? Can we begin to see the result? For us to measure our result, we must now articulate the KPIs. And the KPIs are not difficult. Like I said, the KPIs are the expected result. If you are a cleaner, and your job is to clean this place, what I'm expecting to see is that work starts by 8, so by 7:30 this place should be kept clean. Any activity that you carry out to clean this place is regarded as work processes. What I mean by work processes is that the cleaner is expected to sweep this place, the cleaner is expected to dust the table, the cleaner is expected to remove the cobwebs, the cleaner is expected to mop the floor. These are work processes. So I'm not interested in the work processes. What I'm interested in is this place clean. If I come, enter the place, and the floor is mopped, but I can write my name on the table as a result of dust, you have not done your job. You have not done your job. Because the key performance indicator said the place will be kept clean by 7:30. So I want to see everywhere clean. So there is no excuse that, sir, I swept it, you know, this is the Harmattan period and the dust. No, you didn't do your work. So that is how KPI functions. And so it will strengthen accountability, like I said, and transparency. Accountability in the sense that there is no room for redundancy. PMS does not give room for redundancy. PMS does not give any opportunity for anybody to hide, because everybody will have his own job binder, performance contract that you must sign. This is what I'm going to do. So I will not ask you anything apart from that thing you have said you're going to do. So in that way, nobody can hide, because every staff must be accountable, and my assessment at the end of the day must be transparent. It promotes fairness. Fairness in the sense that you no longer judge your subordinate by insignificant experiences, things that happen that has no bearing with the job. I send him to buy me water and he frowned his face to buy the water. Then you're waiting for at the end of the year to now implement that in the performance appraisal form. It's not accepted. We were dragging something and he didn't recognize the fact that I'm his senior. And because of that, you're waiting for him at the end of the year to now implement. It doesn't happen like that. The assessment is based on the job binder on the work. What he has said he's going to do. Leave other land and every other thing that you are grabbing. You can settle it in the village. But as far as this performance appraisal is about the job. So that is why it promotes fairness. It fosters a result-oriented culture that improves productivity. Don't tell me you have done it. I want to see the evidence that you have done it. Don't come and do eye service, making motion without movement. I want to see the result you have produced by this sweat. As the program was going on, I saw a lot of movement. But I also observed people that didn't do anything. But they sweated more than every other person. And if you ask them, what did you do today? They say, Kai, the program was very hectic. We suffered today. But what did you do? What was your role? There was no role. He was everywhere. He was nowhere. So we have people like that. Whenever you're doing program, they are there. The CG will see them countless times. In fact, to the extent the CG will think he is the process owner if he's not informed. But what did he do? Nothing. You see situations where program is heard, and after 1 week the report has not been written. Why? Nobody took responsibility. Everybody was thinking the other person will write the report. And at the end of the day, nobody wrote the report until the supervisor asked, where is the report? They said, did you write the report? He said, no. What of you? No. What? So who wrote anything? Nobody. Can you remember what happened there? I didn't take record. And these days, AI has helped them. So all they need to do is they will just type. They go to AI and type launching of the gender policy 2. It took place in Intercontinental Hotel, and some dignitaries came. And you click enter, and it will bring a long grammar of things that never happened in the district, and he give it to you. And you begin to struggle which one is true and which one is not true. But to him, he has submitted a report. Performance management system will never tolerate such. So for NSCDC, it's like I've jumped some. For NSCDC, the critical success factor now will be that the top management will key into this program. Just as we raise our hand to commit to the fact that this gender policy will not fail, likewise, we will do in the implementation of performance management system. As we go here, it's expected that we go and communicate to our subordinates within our jurisdiction that this is the new move of the Corps to institute performance management system. We begin to do training, and adequate fund must be allocated for it to achieve these results. Like I said, after some years, we will move to the IT and begin to do the online appraisal. So, where do we start from? We are starting from this place. That is where we are starting from. It is not a journey to start and move back. Not at all. Many started PMS, but they dropped it. Why? Because the management didn't have that drive. But the joy of everybody seated here today is that by the end of this year, that we will be rolling out our first performance scorecard as regards the realization of our mandate. These are the implementation strategy that's been outlined. Let's transform NSCDC. And how do we do that? Let us move from effort to results. It's good to come out with programs, initiatives, people will clap. But the best thing to do is to show results. In school, they will tell us, show workings. So if you're a mathematics student, and in the exam, you're looking for somebody to copy the answer, you will get it wrong, because if you don't show working on how you arrived at that result, then you are failed. So let's show results. Let us move from activities to impact. Let whatever program and initiative we are running, let's begin to evaluate the impact. Because output is different from outcome. Output is different from outcome. The output can tell you the number of criminals you have caught, the number of offenders you have arrested. But the outcome, we said, these people you have arrested, how has it shown the society? We arrested 100 criminals, and yet people's items are still being stolen. So let's move from activities to impact. Let us also move from assumptions to evidence. Appraisal must be evidence-based. No longer, I have done this. The thing is that, show me your evidence. My boss will say, in God we trust. Every other man must show evidence. What God has told me, I agree. But for a man, show me. Enough of eye service. Let's show what we can produce. And let what we produce be used to judge us for the next level. Because where redundancy is tolerated, people are discouraged. If I see somebody that is idle, he's not doing anything, he has not produced any result, and you reward him, there is a tendency that the person that has been hardworking will decide to drop his tools. And that is what is happening in money agencies. Many people have discovered, because of lack of PMS, that politics can take you to the top. Play the politics. Find out what interests the overall boss. Find out what his likes and dislikes. Find out where he lives. Find out the people that he likes. Greet them often. Take items to him. Make sure he has woken up. Greet him good morning and good evening. And you will have what you need. And let the one that have been working silently, believing that the boss is seeing him, let him be working there. In performance management system, it cannot work. You must show workings. It's evidence-based. So the responsibility that you have now, what are you doing with it? That will determine your next responsibility. If you cannot handle the little that is in your hand, how will anybody commit a bigger responsibility to your hand? I believe in 80-20 principle. But I also believe that everybody has one thing or the other to contribute. By 80-20 principle, you can select your best 11 and the 20%. Definitely, because there is no time to waste. You need to move fast. You need to achieve results. So you have your 20%, your best 11. Because these are the people that you can call any time and they will deliver. They will give you a result. But the remaining 80% are collecting salary. So do we now leave them like that? No. There's a possibility they begin to think that they are the one in charge. So what do you need to do? Commit responsibility to them. Let them fail 100 times. Keep them busy. Critical responsibilities assigned to 20%. Routine assignment, give the 80% and make sure they do it continuously until they wear you out. There is no room for anybody to hide because the salary enters everybody's account. So PMS does not tolerate that. Let us move from routine to excellence. As we begin to implement PMS, you discover that there is no need for you to begin to craft low-ball targets. You are moving from routine to critical assignment that can be measured. So the work will move from routine to key activities. The work will move from routine to initiatives. The work will move from routine to new ideas of doing the same thing that you have been doing over and over again. And so gender policy too is an initiative. What happened to gender policy 1? Do we have the result? So if we don't check to what happened to gender policy 1, we may not achieve the objectives of gender policy 2. So we must see where we failed and where we didn't get it right to articulate strategy that will make this one to succeed. So if we use routine method, it will not work. We must come up with key activities. What gets measured gets improved. In conclusion, because of our time, I say for NSCDC, the adoption of PMS is not merely a compliance requirement, but a strategic necessity. I've mentioned it over and over again. The reason why PMS has not influenced or impacted on some of the agencies is that they just take it as a tool to fill in the blank spaces that being given to them by federal government. What do they want? 30% reduction of incidences. We have achieved it. You fill it and give to them. So the PMS didn't benefit them. But for NSCDC, the adoption of the PMS will change certain things in the system and make it very easy for you to achieve the target that federal government will give to you. It's a tool we have used and is certified as a tool for change. In the next 5 years, if it's adopted, fully implemented, we will come here to share success stories. And so, it is a strategic necessity. In today's environment of rising security threats and increasing public expectations, only a performance-driven organization can deliver sustainable results. The drive must be performance and nothing else. That is what drives excellence. And so if everybody is on his toes, then the mandate of the NSCDC will be easily achieved. If everybody, wherever you are being headbound by your job binder or performance contract, then you cannot be sleeping at home. Because one thing that performance management system will also help you to do is to account for every staff in that organization wherever they are. I will not be saying the wrong thing if I say that some staff are nowhere to be found. The only thing that brings staff out is end of PMS cycle. When they will fill their form, you will exhume them from wherever they are. Because the upper system is tied. The supervisors are tied to all his subordinates. That is to say, the performance appraisal form of the supervisor cannot be submitted to his review chairman until he has appraised all the people under him. So you see a situation where the supervisor has filled his form. He wants to submit, he wants to meet up, he cannot submit. The system is telling him there is one person somewhere that is here to fill. So you begin to look for him. Some of them will tell you, I don't have data. Some of them will tell you, I don't have transport money to come to work. So many excuses. But it behoves on you as the supervisor to account for them. That is why it's tied. And so many people may be missing in the course of the year. When it comes to the appraisal time, they will show up. The ones that are dead, their report will come out. The ones that have left the country, that is when it will come out. You see the commanding officer telling you, this one don't jackpot since. So you don't jackpot. Where is the report? But we have been paying salary. So the system gives you the accurate number of staff per time. It also gives you the accurate name of the next of kin. If anybody dies in the corps, many people will come from the village. No matter their number, no matter their claim, the next of kin will be fetched from the performance appraisal form. The last upper the person feed, the name there is his next of kin. Whether it's his girlfriend or his sister is immaterial. Whether you are coming with the letter of administration is immaterial. Who did the staff feed there as the next of kin? The last form he feed, that is his next of kin. So there are many situations, very funny situations, where the staff feel his name as the next of kin. It's understandable. He has worked a lot and he don't feel that anybody should eat his money. So he put his name as the next of kin. How the benefit will reach him, we don't know yet. He may decide to appear. So there are also situations where some of them contracted some staff to feed for them because some of them don't have time. And the staff that feed feel his name as his next of kin. And so we do a lot of sensitization to tell them that this next of kin column is very, very important. You may not know IT, but stay there. Immediately the person is feeling the other one, you may not even, immediately reach next of kin, tell him to hold the button. Make sure it's the name you want that is typed there. Otherwise, you will see his name there as the next of kin. So, staff disposition, staff location per time is being ascertained by the performance management system. Postings can be going on. You may not know where the other person is, but PMS will fetch him out. You tell him that you're supposed to be in command A. What are you doing in command B? That is the system. So in PMS, there is no place to hide. In PMS, everybody must show working. In PMS, everybody's contract must contribute to the realization of the corporate mandate. On this note, I want to say thank you for listening and God bless.
Thanks so much to our resource person, Chief Route Commander FRSC Matthew C. Oike. Please, another round of applause for him, please. Well, I must commend everybody, despite the fact that we are very, very tired, but for the rapt attention, thanks so much. And before we go on, I don't know whether there's going to be any question. Maybe you have any questions.
Please, I believe the presenter deserves another round of applause. You must agree with me that to a large extent he has done justice to the topic presented. At this juncture, I would like to invite questions, comments, so that on the topic that has just been presented. It is worthy of note to know that the PMS has not been a new system that has been adopted, and as it's been said, the core have no choice but to adopt it. It's a system that is supposed to improve our performance, and we are already poised to key in with it. The Federal Road Safety Corps, the organization the last speaker has just come from, has 16 years practical experience in applying this tool to improve their performance. So the Corps is going to leverage on the wealth of their experience to also actualize our own here. So please, we welcome any questions, comments, or doubts to be cleared. Thank you. Any question? It is worthy of, okay.
Morning, sir. I want to thank the presenter for a job well done. I think what I just want to say is at this level, the paper presented, we would like to have a soft copy of it so that we can further peruse and disseminate and cascade it down. Thank you.
Let me quickly respond to that. We have already made arrangements for a hard copy to be distributed to you. It is en route. And the soft copy will equally be made available for everyone seated here. Thank you.
I want to appreciate the presenter for a well-researched and presented paper. We have actually learned a lot from the presentation. We are all aware that the annual performance evaluation report has been discarded, and we have no option but to key in to the new performance management system. What I want to know, please, I want from the FRSC experience, who are directly responsible for the implementation of this new scheme? Is it the human resource management, or who is in charge? That is one. Two, I want you to give us just a brief organogram, if you can, so that we can understand who and who is responsible, so that as our zonal commanders, our state commandants, and we at the national headquarters are going back, we should have an idea as to who is in charge, because this is very, very important. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DCG Technical. I would like to suggest that we should take all the questions at once so that the presenter will come and respond to them. Any further question? I understand that everybody is tired. We are all keen to go. But please, let him respond to this one and then we shall call it a day. Please.
Thank you very much. I think I can respond from here. The first one has been taken, the copy is there. Then the upper yes is discarded, and in our own case, we still call it upper. It's still annual performance evaluation report. The name, it didn't affect anything. We understand the difference between the old one and the new one, but we still retain the name. But in the Federal Civil Service, it's called Performance Appraisal Form. It's a form. But PMS is implemented in such a way that you make it unique to your own organization. So some of the terms that NSCDC will be using may be different from the terms that the Civil Service is using, may be different from the terms that FRS is using. So you craft your own the way you want it. You call it the name you want your own to be, to depict what you want it to be. So you can decide to adopt performance appraisal tool or form. You can also decide to say it's appraisal form. Whatever name that the technical committee will sit and adopt, that becomes the NSCDC own. So it doesn't change the concept, it's just a matter of semantics. All of them are serving the same purpose. So for who is in charge, I can recommend the system that we adopted. Yes, we have departments, but one thing we realize that to make a change is very difficult. Very, very difficult. You will receive a lot of resistances. And so because of the paramilitary structure, the commercial decided to take it upon himself, to run it by himself. So he was in charge of it. The office of the commercial was in charge of the implementation of the PMS. And so he only appointed an officer in the core project implementation office to supervise the implementation. That does not mean to say that various departments that has one or two roles to play in the implementation stayed back. No. There are relevant offices like we have the admin and human resources. The admin and human resources role is to give us what we call span of control. The span of control is a collection of staff in that department or in that command, supervisor by supervisor. That is, if you state Abubakar, you will list all the staff under Abubakar. So that chain of command, that is what admin gives us in addition to the nominal role. The IT office is in charge of uploading the information that the admin provides on the upper portal. That is the IT department. Then you have a department, the operational department, their own is to cascade all the strategic initiative to all the commands. That is the role they play. So, but the monitoring of the implementation of the PMS is done from the office of the commercial. All these other departments that I mentioned are all rendering support services to make sure that it is done. When it comes to the sensitization and training also, the FRAC adopted a method different from the normal. Because in some cases, they will say, send us the human resource officers and PRS officers. These officers are the ones that are supposed to be the change agents. That is the people that will carry this message to the various formations in their commands, make sure everybody understands it, break down the appraisal tools for everybody to understand it, make sure that everybody is on the same page. But we didn't restrict ourselves to PRS and admin officers. We were able to select committed and passionate officers, people who we know that they are still in the system. Let us not deceive ourselves. It's not everybody that is in the system. Many have left the system. Many have left the system. So we look for people who are still in the system. We look for people who sleep and wake up with FRS in their mind. We look for people who always expect the court to do better. It's a burden on them. So we selected these officers and we named them change agents. And we deployed them to all the formations, and they were teaching performance management system from one command to the other. The reason is that if you don't get these change agents accurately, you will not be able to implement it successfully. Remember that after this set, after this assignment, there remains a very critical assignment that the committee needs to do, that is to articulate NSCDC's performance management system. Most of the things I have told you today is FRSC performance management system. So NSCDC will draw their own performance management system. NSCDC will come up with their definition of PMS. What does PMS mean in NSCDC? Different from what it means in our own organization. NSCDC will come up with the content of the appraisal tool. After this has been done, that is when the sensitization begins. Because these are the materials we will take to the commands and tell them, this is what we are doing, this is what we are doing, this is what we are doing. So, this is what we did. The NSCDC may adopt a different method, but what I recommend today is that the CG takes the charge. There must be a focal person that will be the CG's leg and hand and eye at every formation to ensure that this is done. If it's situated in a one department, it may be difficult to drive. But that is not to say that every department that has one or two roles to play will not join hands with whoever is the focal person to drive the implementation of the PMS. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Many have left the system. Many are not in the system. But the PMS requires all hands to be on deck for us to achieve the corporate goals and objectives of the organization. So please, at this juncture, I would like to urge every one of us to ensure that those who have left the system are brought back into the system. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has been fast spent. At this juncture, may I invite the head of the technical committee on the design and implementation of the performance management system for Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Assistant Commandant General Farouk Musa Boyi, to come and give the wrap-up remarks before we call it a day. The ACG, sir.
Summarize that. The Commandant General, sir, ably represented by the DCG Technical Services, very distinguished senior officers here present. It is my very good privilege and honor to stand before you as we conclude this training session on the occasion, an occasion intended to redefine how we measure the pulse of our service to the nation. I will take you through the takeaways. When we are told that the intent of the PMS is to align duties, is to strengthen accountability, is to enhance development, is to bring about measurable targets, promote fairness, and overall support digital governance. Again, what gets measured gets done, and what gets rewarded gets sustained. It is not an administrative reform, but a leadership reform. Its success depends on your ownership and enforcement. A call to action. As senior officers, the success of this system rests on our shoulders. A system is only as good as the integrity of those who administer it. I urge you to return to your respective commands and zones, and indeed various offices, not just as supervisors, but as mentors. Use these tools, the knowledge, to identify gaps, celebrate excellence, and build a more resilient and professional NSCDC. I wish to conclude by wishing you safe travels. Good day.
Thank you very much. That is the chairman of the Special Technical Committee on the implementation of personnel management system. We have a brief announcement to make before we call it a day. This is the last event for today's program. However, I was made to understand that tomorrow we have a special training session on the VIP that will involve the state commandants and some of their key officers from the state command. Let me hand over the mic to the PRO to give you the full gist of that training.
Thank you very much, sir. So the training commences tomorrow by 9 a.m. in the morning. All the commandants are to be seated. It's the VIP management training course involving all the commandants, the armorers, and the head of VIP in various states. So by tomorrow, God's willing. So this is how we wrap it up on today's edition of the program. With the permission of the Commandant General, venue at the Abolin, no, at the Abolin Hall, at the NHQ. At the NHQ tomorrow morning. Thank you very much, sir. And please, the attendance sheets, if it's with you, please, we need it, the 2 attendance sheets. So, before we leave, we will have to give way for the Commandant General and the other principal staff, then we can all take our leave. Thank you very much.